Everyone.
Good. Okay. This is one speaker, 711. That's the time specific, 340. Okay.
Mayor Sohi, can I review the emergency?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you. So I just want to take a moment and go over the emergency response plan for this room. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from the meeting clerk to evacuate. After evacuating the room, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate the building through the doors marked emergency exit, and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. Anyone with limited mobility should identify themselves to security or the meeting clerk, and please let security or the meeting clerk know if you require first aid. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call the executive committee meeting to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and the Métis homeland, and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, and Dakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, now settlers from around the world. I will do a roll call of committee colleagues. I'm here. Councillor Paquette would not be able to join us. Councillor Cartmel is here. Councillor Principe is here. Councillor Tang is here. Good morning. We also joined by Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
And I'll see if colleagues are joining us online. Okay. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And that is it for now. Okay. We have a change, some in the agenda. So, Councillor Tang, you have the news sheet, right? You want to adoption of the agenda. You want to do that?
Sure, I'll move that the November 27th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. Addition, 7.5, Sustainable Procurement Policy Subcontractor Compliance.
You have one additional addition just on the screen.
Sorry. And then replacement, attachment 7.6, sale of land below market value, Chappelle, attachment 1.
Just take this one. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Principe, you want to move the minutes?
Sure, I'll move approval of the minutes of the October 30th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting.
Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Is it carried? Yeah, it's carried. Okay. Protocol items. I do have one. So as we approach the end of November, I would like to take this opportunity to reflect on Housing Month in the city of Edmonton. Every year throughout November, Homeward Trust Edmonton leads this campaign to raise awareness about the need for and the importance of safe, equitable, affordable housing. This month allows more Edmontonians to learn about the progress we are making and what it means to work together for a future where everyone has a place to call home. November's November's turns toward colder temperatures is also a stark reminder of the urgency of this issue. According to Homeworld Trust, more than 4,600 of our neighbors and fellow Edmontonians were experiencing homelessness in September 2024. Right now, 1 in 8 households, renters and owners alike, are in core housing need. This means they're paying more than what they can afford in housing costs, or that they live in crowded or unsafe conditions but can't afford to move. This cycle is extremely difficult to break and can easily create a domino effect that further impacts someone's safety and well-being. Affordable, accessible housing is essential for the dignity and safety of everyone in our city, and the cost of inaction for our residents and our communities and public services enormous. These may seem like unsurmountable challenges, but we know what the solutions are. Chronic or long-term homelessness in Edmonton did not appear overnight. It is the result of multiple factors, decisions, and system gaps. Building solutions will take collaboration, planning, and time, but housing and appropriate supports are the best long-term solutions to our city's housing needs. That's why our updated affordable housing strategy set a goal to establish 2,700 new or renovated units between 2023 and 2026. We are now on track to meet and surpass this target by the end of this year. In the last 5 years, the city has invested $254 million in affordable housing, helping to create 5,553 units. This includes 916 units of supportive housing that provide residents with on-site wellness and life skills support. At the same time, the city's Housing Accelerator Fund action plan is enacting transformative changes that will increase both the quantity and the diversity of housing for many years to come. By simplifying the process for acquiring permits, updating regulations, and reducing barriers to infill development, we're helping to create more housing everywhere. These homes are more than a structure for the people who live in there. They represent stability, autonomy, and dignity. In order for someone to dream of the possibilities of further future, they need a safe place to sleep. For Edmonton to unlock its full potential as an inclusive, safe, and connected and prosperous city, we need all levels of government to continue investing in diverse and affordable housing options. Edmonton can be a place where no one has to worry about where they are going to sleep, a place where no one has to choose between food and having a roof over their head. Our city's vision of ending houselessness and having housing insecurity is ambitious, but it's possible. Together, we can build an Edmonton for all of us. And we actually be talking about housing today, so they'll be, fit into this protocol item. So with that, thank you so much. And select items for debate. So please sign up and let me see. I will select 7-1. Okay, please sign up. Tim?
Yep, thank you, Mayor Sohi. 7-2, 7-3, and 7-4.
Okay. Councillor Tang?
We also have speakers on 7-7
Yep.
and 7-11.
Okay, and Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will select item 7.6 on behalf of the ward councillor, Councillor Rice.
Okay, 7-6. Okay, so we got 7-1, 7-2, 7-3, 7-4, 7-6, 7-7, and 7-11. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Sohi, 7-5 as well. I've
What's
got
7-5?
a few questions on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
7-5. Okay. Okay. Can someone move the balance, please?
So moved.
Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Can you please read back to us what we have approved?
Absolutely. This morning, committee has passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Capital City Downtown Community Revitalization Levy End Date Extension. Item 5.2, the Quarters and Belvedere Community Revitalization Levies Boundary and End Date Review. Item 7.8, Bylaw 20985 to designate Alexander Circle as a municipal historical resource. Item 7.9, Edmonton Business Improvement Areas 2025 Boards of Directors. And item 7.10, Edmonton Business Improvement Areas 2025 budgets.
Thank you. Request to speak. We have number of speakers. Okay, I will. Councillor Tang, you want to read the names
Sure,
into the record, please?
I can move.
Yeah.
It's a long list, bear with me.
Yeah.
That executive committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. On 7.1, Indigenous Housing Grant Program Fall 2024 Grant Award Recommendations. Michael Sugarman from Sugarman Architecture and Design Incorporated in person. Sean Lee, remote. Kaylin Pilkington, remote. Kathleen Griffin, in person. Carrie Cardinal from Niganan Housing Ventures, in person. Gil Hui, Niganan Housing Ventures, in person. And Bindu Bono from AT Capital Housing Corporation, remote. On 7.2 and 7.3, we have Jacob Kumar, Revolve Engineering Incorporated, remote. Lindsay Butterfield, Build Edmonton Metro, in person. Sue Keaton, Build Edmonton Metro, in person. Rudy Rubnering, Build Edmonton Metro, in person. And Dolly Sapita Montefiore, remote. On 7.7, Edmonton Community Development Company update. Brooks and Hanowich, Edmonton Community Development Company, in person. Lori Scott, ECDC, in person. Eric Estrada, Alberta Ave Business Association, in person. David Plamondon, Alberta Ave Business Association, remote. Jesus Gonzalez, remote. Christy Morin, Arts on the Ave, in person. Alan Bolstad, Alberta Ave Community League, in person. Mark Henderson, Theatre Prospero, in person. Aidan McBride, Thousand Faces Festival Association, remote. Julian Main, Arts Habitat, Edmonton, remote. Edwin Shale, 118th Avenue District, in person. Randy Ritz, Arts on the Ave, in person. Diane Davis, Arts on the Ave, remote. And on 7.11, we have Bylaw 20950, Edmonton, Alberta Ave Business Improvement Area Boundary Amendments. William Vanderveld, Arts on the Ave, in person.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Request to speak. Request for specific time on the agenda. None, because they were already approved. Or, yeah. Any consular inquiries? Seeing none. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request to reschedule reports, none. Okay, unfinished business, none. Public reports. So we're going to deal with the first item on the agenda, which is Indigenous Housing Grant Program, Fall 2024 Grant Award Recommendation. What I would suggest is that this report from committee needs to be recommended to council for approval. Looking at the agenda that we have in front of us and number of speakers that we have on this, what we will do, I would suggest to committee, is that we hear from the member, we get a presentation from council administration, hear from the members of the public, then recommend this to council, And if council members have questions and committee members have questions, then we can ask those questions at council before council approves it, because we have time on council agenda for on December 12th and 13th. So that way we can manage the agenda. Is that good, appropriate approach, committee members? Okay, good. Okay, right on. Good. Okay, so we'll go to administration for a presentation, or we'll go to speakers. So we would not be asking questions to administration on this item. So we will just get a presentation, then we'll ask questions at council if need be. But this is pretty straightforward as well, because this is part of the approved funding program, right? So.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Flaman. I'm the Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Joining me today are members from administration, including from our Affordable Housing and Homelessness team and Legal Services. We're here today with a report recommending that Executive Committee recommend to City Council the approval to transfer capital budget to operating budgets in support of these grants. The Indigenous housing stream of the Affordable Housing Investment Program, or AHIP, provides grant funding to Indigenous-led organizations to incentivize affordable housing development in Edmonton. Grants provide up to 25% of the capital costs of newly constructed or rehabilitated affordable housing projects, with potential contributions up to 40% if additional energy efficiency, unit sizes, and affordability thresholds are met. This second grant intake period for Indigenous housing ran from March 20th to June 21st, 2024. I'll now pass it over to Hani Kwan, Director of Affordable Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, Jen, and good morning. Administration is recommending granting $8.3 million in existing funding to support 3 affordable housing developments that would result in the construction of 93 new units, resulting in 152 bedrooms of affordable housing. All units included in this round would be offered to qualified tenants ranging from 32 to 80% of average market rents. All 3 projects are being led by wholly owned Indigenous organizations based in Alberta. 2452743 Alberta Limited is a holding company created by Yellowhead Tribal Council, Métis Capital Housing Corporation, and Niganan Housing Ventures Incorporated. The $8.3 million in grant funding is not a new funding request, as it has already been approved for the Affordable Housing Investment Program's 2024 grant intake, with $6.6 million located in the Social Development Branch operating budget and Affordable Housing Reserve, and the remaining $1.65 million in Capital Profile 19904100 Affordable Housing Land Acquisition and Site Development. This round of funding had 7 pre-application meetings, which yielded 4 eligible applications. 3 of those 4 applications are being recommended for funding today. The remaining application that is not being recommended for funding was subsequently approved for funding by the Government of Canada and is now fully funded and under construction. The city's funding contribution is $89,000 per affordable door, and the average construction cost per affordable unit for these developments is $414,364, and the cost per affordable bedroom is $253,526. The proposed developments represent the growth in Indigenous-led development within Edmonton, whose proposed designs thoughtfully incorporate traditional Indigenous ways of working to respond to the needs of future residents. You will note that the capital costs for the Métis Capital and Niganan projects are higher than the industry average for their respective building types. For Métis Capital, these higher costs are due to the dedication of the entire ground floor to programs and services for residents, as well as larger than average 2-bedroom units ranging in size from 800 to 900 square feet, with many including enhanced accessibility features. Niganan's project has a higher than average cost, as some servicing connections and existing utilities will need to be relocated. In addition, many tenants will be people with developmental disabilities and therefore require fully accessible units, additional ramps and grading, as well as customized millwork internal to the spaces, all of which impact project costs. For a project like this, where the costs are elevated, administration works with the proponent, in this case Niganan, to better understand the benefits of choosing to develop at this site. Site location factors are evaluated, and as this new site is being constructed on land they already own and operate, the site servicing costs are offset against the cost of procuring new land. From a long-term operational approach, Niganan adding services on an adjacent site to where they currently operate means they will be able to share some programming costs as well. This helps keep rental rates low over the lifespan of their building cluster's operations. All projects are considered shovel-ready and moving through the development permitting process. The continued preparation of projects like these by our partners supports the momentum for a pipeline of projects that are ready for funding from other orders of government, which helps us respond to the significant need in Edmonton. Thank you. That concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now we're going to go to the speakers. Michael Sugarman, joining us in person. Please come down. You'll be speaker number 1 on this side. Okay, that side. Sean Lee. Sean Lee. Remote. Okay. Sean, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Kaylin Pilkington. Remote.
Good morning. I'm here.
Thank you. Kathleen Griffin, in person. Please come down. You'll be speaker number 4. Kerry Cardinal, just over there, where the folks are. Yeah. Okay. Kerry Cardinal, you'll be speaker number 5. Gil Hui, Niggin Housing Venture. Please come down. You'll be speaker number 6. And Bindu Bonu, Métis Capital Housing Corporation, joining remotely.
I'm here.
Thank you. Everyone is here. Each of you, all okay. So as people are sitting down, I will read some of the guidelines for engagement. Before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectation for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment of workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of Council's process to ensure we hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our communities. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. As part of that responsibility, inappropriate comments or gestures will not be tolerated. If they occur, I will direct the clerk to immediately remove anyone engaging in such behavior. The type of behavior that will result in the removal from the meeting includes making disrespectful comments directed at individual staff members or other public speakers using profane language. Responsive behaviors to show support or dissent, such as shouting, cheering, clapping, or using the chat or emotional response features in the Google Meet, are also not permitted. I will not provide any additional warnings, and once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed, and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Again, my role as the chair is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure chamber behaviors are maintained to support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and the public. I thank everyone in advance for your respectful participation in today's discussion, and I'm going to go to Michael Sugarman to make the presentation. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Go ahead. You can start. Is your mic on? If you've been here first time, make yourself comfortable, right? This is a very, yes, we are a formal meeting, but the atmosphere in this setting is pretty informal, easygoing, right? So don't feel any pressure whatsoever, right? So take a deep breath. Just kidding.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Please, go ahead.
I just wanted to say thank you, first of all. I appreciate the opportunity. Having said that, it was my understanding that this was meant for questions from you, not a presentation from us.
That is fine too. Like if you're here for questions only, that's fine.
Yes.
Is Sean Lee for questions only, or to make
He is for questions only.
That makes it very easy for us actually. Kaylin
And Kaylin Pilkington as well. That is for
questions only. And Kathleen Griffin is questions only, or make a
That's
presentation?
correct.
Okay, right on. That's Kerry Cardinal, questions only or presentation?
I would like to make a presentation.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carrie Cardinal Schulte. I'm the CEO of Niggin Housing Ventures. Niggin Housing Ventures is an Indigenous-led supportive housing agency that provides supportive, loving support to those that are deemed hard to house, hardest to house, those that can't be housed anywhere else. We also, a large part of our program, we have the persons with developmental disabilities, or the PDD program. We have right now 23 people in our homes that have are with the PDD program, which means that their IQ is under 70 and they're extremely vulnerable when they're on the street. Those that do stay with us tend to also have maybe disconnections from their family or disconnections from their home, or they might have, been mistreated while they were out in the community or unhoused. So we provide, again, 24/7 staffing and ensure that we meet them where they're at and provide them with that loving care and support. Right now, we have 12 PDD residents that are in housing across Edmonton in 4 different houses, and they pay rent to those landlords. So part of this project is the Pamatswin Plexes, which will see 28 units, which will house PDD residents for the most part, in order to ensure that they're close to programming, they're not all over the city, that we can staff them a little bit easier, and that we can ensure that we provide that Niganan love and care that's needed for a lot of vulnerable people. So. Thank you. Hi.
No, thank you. How about Gil Hui? 2 questions only or a presentation?
Questions only.
Questions only?
Can I just clarify that
Yes.
I'm Gil Hui with Syncur Architecture, and we're working with Niganan Housing Venture.
Okay, got it. Okay. Niganan Housing Venture. Yeah. And Bindu Banu joining remotely. Questions or presentation?
I was asked to join for questions only, but I would like to take this opportunity to share my thoughts.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much to all committee members for allowing me to speak and share my thoughts today. I would like to just explain the question raised in the presentation regarding the higher cost of construction for affordable housing. There are a number of factors which actually lead to this result or outcome. Number one is this is a small project. You can see there are only 6 suites which are going to be utilized to provide affordable housing focused to women and children under specialized circumstances. There are a number of administrative requirements when we apply for program funding, which includes land appraisal, considering obtaining environmental reports, geotesting, connecting with insurance consultant to obtain insurance limits. All these costs add up. And you see these type of costs kind of stick out in project which is kind of small scale in comparison to a larger project where all these costs are easily consumed and they do not contribute additional cost. So if we see the real construction cost, which was about $345 per square feet, but it added, after all these soft costs and consulting costs, it added to close to $500 per square feet. So all these requirements do add up cost, and they are kind of shown in a significant manner when the project is small scale. The second factor is we provide affordable housing, and the model of affordable housing is not just providing or acting as a landlord. We go above and beyond. There are a number of on-site support and services which are part and parcel of our affordable housing model, which support our residents. This is specifically for vulnerable sector or population where we provide our housing. As administration explained, there is a large space, administration space, which requires a number of different type of furnishing. The space is required to provide counseling, support, and services, which again add cost to the construction. And the last piece is due to the timing factor, some of the costs need to be estimated. So sometimes we estimate high cost, considering we may see some uncertain situations where we may end up bearing more cost. So some costs are, as we are progressing through the construction phase and planning phase, some costs are coming low, some costs are as we estimated. So considering all those factors, I would like to request the committee to consider these factors before making final decision and considering why these costs are high cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So I just want to check with Michael, Sean, Kaylin, and Kathleen. You're here on behalf of the Yellowhead Tribal Council, right? Yes. All 4 of you? Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Okay, any questions, colleagues? Okay, Councillor Tang, go ahead, please.
I guess to the four speakers were questions only, because it's hard to ask you questions if I don't know which project you're speaking for and what your roles are. So I understand there's an architect, and then the others are with the administration of the Yellowhead Tribal Council. Is that right? Please, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Kathleen Griffin, and I am the project lead for the 245273 Alberta Limited. It's a new entity that we created under the umbrella of Yellowhead Tribal Council. We are representatives for 4 First Nations as part of our tribal council. So normally we provide services for our on-reserve members, but due to the pandemic and the need for addressing, I guess, housing-related and food insecurity with our members, we have decided to focus on off-reserve and affordable housing as kind of a priority because of the high need within our 4-member nations. So. And I guess my background, I am the building inspector for the Tribal Council, so I do residential building inspections on the 4 nations, and then the rest of the members I have kind of hired on as part of my team to help me with the application process, with the drawings, and with the development of this overall project. So.
And is this the first, I guess, urban development you're doing?
Yes, this is our first project that we have decided to tackle, and like I mentioned, it's a new, I guess, entity that we created just to house off-reserve members, and hopefully we'll be able to duplicate this in other areas within the city, or we have members as far as Rocky Mountain House, so we house people in Red Deer, Hinton, Calgary, Edmonton kind of areas, so we kind of span a large area.
That's great. And then just for perhaps for the members of public who might not be as familiar with the council, what are the 4 nations?
Yes, so the Tribal Council was created in 1977, I believe, and we are Sunshell First Nation, up by Rocky Mountain House, Ochis First Nation, Alexander First Nation, and Alexis Nakota Sioux Nation. So those are our 4 members.
Excellent. Sounds like you have a pretty strong team, and clearly there's other colleagues in the community also developing housing, so I think you're in good company. Thank you all so much for being here and taking questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I know we are familiar with Niginan, we are familiar with Métis Housing Corporation, and Yellowhead Tribal Council is becoming a part of that mix of transformative changes that we need in our city. So thank you so much for making that introduction. So with that, Councillor Stevenson, you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, just a quick question to Niginan. Really excited for the project you brought forward. Just want to understand, I think I read in the description that there'll be some landscape outdoor features. Is that going to be accessible to the folks at Pimatuan as well?
Yeah, absolutely. What we're trying to do is create a community at Pimatuan where, the programming and services that we have within the large Pimatuan building, that we'll be able to, also provide that programming to those that are in the plexes. So there definitely will be some back and forth, but we also have to be mindful of remembering that the people that are in the plexes are going to be a little bit higher vulnerability, but they are going to be fully staffed 24/7. So that's how we'll kind of manage that.
Great. So some of those site enhancements and landscaping are going to benefit that broader population in the area.
Absolutely. Like right now, the plan is to have a very large teepee in the middle of the landscaping that will be an area for, ceremony or gatherings.
Great. Thank you so much. I didn't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, I will move. Thank you so much. We'll conclude the questions to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I will move the recommendation that Executive Committee recommend to Council, number 1, that 1.649 million of pay-as-you-go funding be transferred from Capital Profile 1990-4100 Affordable Housing and Land Acquisition and Site Development to the 2024 Social Development branch operating budget to fund the projects outlined in attachment 2, 4, and 6 of the November 27, 2024 Community Services Report, CSO 2589, that a grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and 2452743 Alberta Limited for an amount not to exceed 5.25000 as outlined in attachment 2 of the November 27, 2024 Community Services Report, CSO 2589, be approved, and that the agreement in the form and content acceptable to City Manager. Number 3, that the grant funding affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and MAT Capital Housing Corporation in the amount not to exceed $498,000 as outlined in attachment 4 of the November 27, 2024 Community Services Report, CSO 2589, be approved, and the agreement be in form and content acceptable to City Manager. Number 4, that the grant funding agreement, affordable housing agreement between the City of Edmonton and Indigenous Housing Venture Limited for an amount not to exceed 2.50200 as outlined in attachment 6 of the November 27, 2024 Community Services Report, CS 2589, be approved, and the agreement in the form and content acceptable to the City Manager. So everything is in the record. So motion is on the floor. Ready? Oh, we have a motion. We can requisite the motion. That's okay. It's different than the process. You want to requisite? So we are requisiting this recommendation to council. It was supposed to go to council anyways, right? So council will make the final decision, and once that is decided, you will be informed by our folks. So thank you so much for joining us. Okay, great.
Requisition as well. Thanks.
Yeah, requisition, yes. Yeah.
Clerk Jacobson.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. We have dealt with 7.1. Now we are moving on to 7.2 and 7.3, cost benefit analysis and cost drivers on comparative capital projects, capital project planning and design, process and resources. We will go to administration for a presentation. While the administration is coming down, I think we have some guests joining us. All right. We have students joining us from Jan Reimer School, grade 6 class, and they are here with their teacher, M. Robinson, Ward Gary Hio. Counselor Tang is your ward counselor. Thank you so much for joining us. It's the same group that we, you were here yesterday too, right? Or the other part of your other group was here yesterday. So are you doing your mock council? You are? After this. Have you selected your mayor yet? Okay, your worship, you want to come down to the podium? This is the fun part of being in this chambers, is asking kids to come to the podium and okay, tell us tell us your name. And also tell us what are you going to be talking about?
My name is Arham Sonori, and for the mock council, our topic is, should public transit be free for everyone or no?
For everyone?
Yeah.
I think your other part of your other class was talking about whether transit be free for children up to the age of people up to the age of 18. But you want it free for everyone?
Yeah, well, I'm against it though.
You're already telling your opinion. That is not how it works, my friend. You're supposed to listen to everyone before you decide what you're going to do. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really nice to see you. Okay. We'll go to administration for a presentation.
All right. Thank you, committee.
That's fine.
Thank you for your time today. Just a reminder that items 7.2 and 7.3 are cross-referenced, so we're going to combine the presentations today for you. With that, I have Jason Malista and Pascal Ladisser who are going to take a lead on different elements of the presentations, and we'll lead you through that shortly. And to ensure we have a clear understanding of the topics at hand, we're going to first go to item 7.3 and a presentation of that on the capital project planning design processes and resources. Then we'll transition over to presentation on the cost-benefit analysis and cost drivers comparators, and we'll give you an update at that time of guests we have here supporting those today. So with that, next slide. So the first presentation and report focuses on project development phases, so our checkpoints 1 to 3 on our project develop and deliver model process, what encompasses those checkpoints, and the processes and resources employed by our team to ensure that Edmonton's infrastructure is well planned, meets the intent and council approved policies, and is developed through a collaborative process with the public and stakeholders. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind council that prior to our project development deliver model creation, the capital projects were approved before any planning and design had been completed, resulting in the appearance of cost overruns often and misalignment of project outcomes and scope, and little or no council involvement through the project development lifecycle. Under the capital project governance policy, administration invests early in planning and design to improve project performance expectations for budget, scope, and schedule. The capital planning and design process allows for more transparency in what we are building as a city, and with more opportunity for council to receive project status updates and approve key phases of work. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Pascal.
Thank you, Craig. Next slide, please. So the Capital Project Planning and Design Report reviews the processes that are typically undertaken through the planning and design process, along with the resources that are incorporated. Next slide. The report responds to the motion made at Council on June 11, 2024. As the motion was multi-part and quite detailed, the presentation will focus on key takeaways. Please refer to the report for the complete response to each bullet. Next slide. Approved in 2017, the Capital Project Governance Policy C591 established the administrative framework for project development and delivery. The policy commits to planning and design work to support informed decision-making. The benefits include design at an early stage results in a higher degree of accuracy in budget estimates and schedules, and that moving the approval point further along the project development allows for greater integration with strategy, operations, and alignment of outcome. Next slide. The project development and delivery model was created through the creation of the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department and was built from research into past project management practices, an environmental scan of other jurisdictions, exploring best practices, and a review of case studies of infrastructure projects of varying sizes and complexity. The Capital Project Governance Policy and the PDDM were supported by the findings of the Major Capital Project Update presented to Council on January 30th, 2024, which confirmed that the Integrated Infrastructure Services Department adheres to industry best practices and standards for establishing an appropriate governance structure, proper delineation of roles, responsibilities, authorities, and accountabilities of different oversight stakeholders. Administration has engaged external consultants and industry experts throughout the creation, execution, and validation of the PDDM methodology. As previously mentioned, the report is focused on the work executed in the development phase from PDDM checkpoints 1 to 3. Next slide. The planning and design process intentionally takes the time to understand all the dimensions of a project before proceeding with the more significant investment of construction. At each stage of the concept and design process, the scope is refined and the infrastructure starts taking shape. At each stage, the scope is validated for alignment with the business case goals and the city's visions and strategies. This slide illustrates the progression of a design of a fire station. Top left, you see the outcome of the concept phase. A functional program is elaborated and informs the spaces needed to support the service and the size and scale of the facility. On the right, at schematic design, the facility starts to take shape and is laid out on the site. Finally, bottom left is development design, which starts to layer in all the systems needed to run a facility. The more elaborate the design, the more effort is needed to make changes to its design, which is why it's so important to confirm the program, what activities are taking place in the facility before starting on the design. Next slide. We took a sampling of projects to understand how we are performing as a city in terms of planning and design of municipal infrastructure projects. An assessment of over 350 capital infrastructure projects between 2019 and 2023 was completed. Measuring the performance of planning and design, the analysis concluded that 90% of our projects fall within the acceptable budget tolerance, and 77% of our projects were completed under budget. For projects where performance was not within the confidence thresholds, budget variances were attributed to various factors, such as unforeseen site conditions requiring additional investigation and scope changes. Many organizations may utilize a gated process, such as the PDDM. However, no industry benchmark or metrics are available on the level of effort expected to complete each phase. Additionally, it is difficult to compare municipal projects with private projects, as many requirements of publicly funded projects do not apply to private projects. However, project management cost is one available metric supported by industry benchmarks published in several studies. For projects completed by administration between 2019 and 2023, the project management effort for all phases of the project, so checkpoint 1s to 5 from initiation to completion, represents 2 to 12% of the overall project cost. This range of project management cost is aligned with industry benchmarks, even after considering the additional requirements of publicly funded projects, such as public engagement and inquiry management. Next slide. For projects completed by administration between 2019 and 2023, the cost of planning and design phase in relation to the overall project costs range from 3 to 8% depending on the asset, with an average across all assets at approximately 5% of the overall project cost. This phased approach and dedication of resources to planning and design allows for the reduction in risk to the city, along with many benefits. Reduction of risk of underestimating costs and schedule overruns during delivery, enhanced transparency and accountability, improved outcomes with better alignment to city policies and strategies, provides efficiencies in long-term planning, and enhances stakeholder and public satisfaction. Next slide. The list of projects that were approved for design in previous budget cycles prior to 23-26 and have completed the planning and design phase where capital funds have not yet been committed for project delivery was shared in Appendix E of the 23-26 proposed capital budget in October of 2022. As of November 2024, only the following growth projects are active and funded for planning and design without delivery funding identified. And those are the mass transit routes B1 and B2, river crossing redevelopment, and the school site developments, which is the emergent items. Next slide. So in conclusion, the report established that Edmonton's planning and design practices are in alignment with industry best practices, that public infrastructure delivery is different than private, requiring more checks and balances, that administration takes a balanced approach to ensure that risks to the city are mitigated in terms of cost, schedule, and reputation, and that ultimately the city benefits from the dedication of resources to planning and design of infrastructure projects before committing to their delivery. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Pascal.
Before you get into Craig, I just want to make sure that folks who are here for item 7.7 and 7.11, we would not get to that item before until after the lunch break. So if you want to, you're welcome to stick around, Christy, or if you want to go do something else, that's fine too. Right, so okay, go. Okay. So we won't get to you at least in the afternoon. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. Thanks. Okay, our first report highlighted the value of thorough planning and design in achieving the best project outcomes for the city. It demonstrates how early investment in those stages can mitigate risk and expenses down the line. Now for the second report, we dive into a separate discussion on the primary critical factors that influence project constructions. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jason.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you, Craig, and good morning. I'm joined today with a number of my colleagues. I'd like to introduce Dean Plater. and Jane Farabee, both with Colliers project leaders, as well as David Lazenby, the acting fire chief for Edmonton Fire Rescue Services, and Roger Javany, branch manager with Community Recreation and Culture, as well as Jesse Bamford, director with our facility infrastructure delivery. Next slide, please. On June 12th, Council approved the following motion as shown on the screen. As the motion suggests, Council was interested in understanding what are the major cost drivers influencing our capital projects, and more uniquely, what is distinctive about the City of Edmonton facility project costs when compared with other facility infrastructure project costs delivered by other municipalities. Next slide, please. To assist with undertaking this analysis, both to support with resources but also objectivity, administration engaged a third-party firm, Colliers Project Leaders, who are not directly involved in the planning and design of city facilities, but also include access to experts with experience in the field of project management and project delivery. The work plan included 3 distinct phases completed over the course of approximately 3 months. The first was data collection, confirming the project list as seen on the screen and gathering all the relevant data from various sources. The second included technical analysis, including examination of the data and project plans to identify unique trends and insights. And then third, reporting, compiling the analysis into a findings report, which is attached to this council report or committee report, unredacted. The facility projects represented on this slide were used in the analysis to develop this report. The selection of projects was a function of a variety of factors, but largely established based on specific facilities referenced in past discussions with this City Council. The broader challenges to undertaking this work included the time available to complete this in advance of the SCBA, but also the availability of detailed data from municipalities was not always readily available. Next slide, please. Recognizing the inherent challenges in comparing different projects, the analysis employed a qualitative assessment of cost impacts, but also supplemented by previous conducted analyses prepared with previous policy amendments presented to Council. The consultant's key findings are summarized in the following 5 prioritized categories: timing and market escalation, sustainability and climate resilience goals, program and design scope, the complexities of policies, bylaws, standards, and regulatory responses, as well as business partner involvement. Each of these categories represents a unique and discrete cost driver influencing City of Edmonton projects. Next slide, please. Timing and market escalation. Construction projects are inherently susceptible to economic fluctuations in an open marketplace where the city competes for resources. External factors, such as the recently completed COVID-19 pandemic, can trigger significant cost escalations due to supply chain disruptions, labor shortages, and inflation. Projects with longer timelines are particularly exposed and vulnerable in these market changes. The report emphasizes the importance of considering project timing when making project cost comparisons. Normalizing costs to a consistent year by adjusting for inflation ensures a more equitable analysis. And as an example, an identical project initiated after the pandemic may experience a cost increase of up to 30% compared to a pre-pandemic project. The analysis in this report demonstrates that after cost normalization, for example, the cost per square meter of the Lewis Farms Rec Center that's currently under construction is within 5% of a recent comparable facility in Calgary on a per square meter basis. This section of the report highlights the need to account for market volatility as part of a risk mitigation practice when planning projects into the future, and utilize cost normalization techniques to ensure accurate and fair comparisons across different project timelines. Next slide, please. Sustainability and climate resilience goals. The city has progressively enhanced its goals for sustainability and climate resilience, reflected in evolving policies and building standards. Meeting these requirements often necessitates the use of novel and potentially more complex technologies and building materials. For example, the shift towards emissions-neutral standards has had a notable impact on the design and cost of projects like the Windermere Fire Station. While these upfront capital costs may be higher, they do contribute to long-term operating savings through reduced energy consumption. It's important to recognize that these incremental capital investments are modeled on a case-by-case basis to better understand a generally assumed theoretical payback period through operational savings over the asset's life cycle. The analysis conducted during the recent evaluation of the latest policy update, C627, indicated an estimated incremental capital cost of approximately 15%. The payback period for this increase varies depending on the building design type and the public service provided through that facility. An additional note for consideration, public infrastructure typically has a longer lifespan compared to commercial infrastructure, as evidenced by the numerous legacy buildings within the city's asset portfolio. Like people, we have an aging demographic within our facility portfolio. When taking both capital and operating costs together, the payback periods for investments such as solar PV or ground or air source heat pumps or enhanced building envelope upgrades can range from between 10 to 25 years or more, but still within the anticipated service life of the building. The sustainability achieved is both environmental and financial. Next slide. Program and design scope. We can build less buildings, we can build smaller buildings, or we can build cheaper buildings. These are generally the three levers available when considering cost management techniques or options. This section references the functional program of our facilities, encompassing the size, large or small, which in turn directly impacts the construction costs. For instance, incorporating additional or enlarged spaces in the functional program, such as an additional pool or multi-purpose rooms, or an extra bay, can affect the overall capital cost. The functional program, which translates to detailed spatial requirements, as outlined in Pascal's presentation, plays a crucial role in shaping the footprint of a facility and consequently the project budget. The analysis performed indicates that the size of fire stations, for example, between the City of Edmonton and St. Albert, are relatively consistent for similar functional programs, generally within a 5% variance. However, there are still unique attributes within those functional programs. The analysis of rec centers revealed that the city does have larger facilities due to a more extensive functional program. This is largely attributed to how these integrated facilities often incorporate other services, such as libraries, community spaces, and even commercial retail units, which contribute to the overall footprint of the building and consequently the capital cost. It is important to carefully define the functional program upfront during the planning and design phase, setting clear expectations with the public, user groups, service providers, and council, as these factors significantly influence construction costs further down the project development timeline. Additionally, it is important when comparing project budgets between projects to consider the functional program to ensure accurate and meaningful comparisons. Facility projects are not all equal in scope and have their own unique functional program. Next slide, please. Complexity of policies, bylaws, standards, and regulatory responses. The City of Edmonton maintains a comprehensive set of policies, bylaws, and standards, as evidenced by the attachment in the report, that govern the design and construction of our public facilities. These regulations are essential for ensuring high-quality construction, public safety, and compliance with environmental and accessibility requirements. However, this regulatory complexity can contribute to increased administrative, legal, and design costs when compared to other municipalities with less stringent regulations. For instance, the design review process undertaken through the Edmonton Design Committee bylaw adds layers of complexity, potentially leading to increased timelines, which translate to cost impacts when compared to processes in other facilities or municipalities. That said, it is important to emphasize that these policies, bylaws, and standards are effective with purpose. They are the collective knowledge and learnings of council and administration's experience and do provide intrinsic public value. They help create alignment between city administration, council, and the public regarding our values, priorities, and expectations for projects. For example, the design context of a building within an urban community, such as Windermere Fire Station number 31, compared to the industrial or rural context of Leduc number 9 Fire Station in the Edmonton International Airport's industrial area, differs substantially and should warrant distinct design approaches to meet community expectations. While acknowledging the potential for increased costs associated with regulatory complexity, this section of the report underscores the importance of how these regulations are important in ensuring high-quality, safe, and compliant public facilities that meet the specific needs and expectations of the Edmonton community. Next slide, please. Business partner involvement. The City of Edmonton prioritizes collaboration and integration with business partners through the project development process. This integrated approach ensures that design requirements are met, future operating costs are considered, and the facility effectively meets the unique needs of the intended user, both either internally or externally with the public. An example is the active involvement of fire rescue services in the design of Fire Station number 31. This integration helped ensure that the station's design met operational needs and accreditation standards. This approach can lead to potential longer timelines and higher effort up front. However, it is expected to reduce the risk of potential operational inefficiencies and enhance the long-term value and benefits of the facility. By incorporating business partner feedback up front and expertise from the outset, we can ensure that the facility is optimally designed for its intended purpose and avoids costly rework or modifications to that building over its life cycle. Next slide, please. In conclusion, there are a number of considerations when analyzing costs of facilities. First, total cost of ownership needs to be considered to effectively evaluate capital costs for a project. Operating costs should have equal bearing on any decision related to capital costs over the life cycle of a public building, whose service life typically extends well beyond other non-residential market comparators. 2, fair and equitable comparisons need to be normalized to ensure an honest comparison. For example, buying a townhouse in 2014 should expectedly cost different than a house in 2024. Likewise, building a similar sized commercial space should expectedly cost different than a warehouse space. And finally, building a country residential residence would also expectedly cost different than an infill home. With respect to cost drivers, there exist multiple cost drivers that influence projects, all within their own unique outcomes, impacts, and application. Generally, they can be within our control, such as municipal policies and bylaws, or outside of our control, with things like building codes and private sector supply chain and market impacts. The City of Edmonton's approved policy environment provides the design guidance for which administration administers its decision-making for scoping of facility projects. The policy environment provides the highest opportunity in which costs can be influenced both up or down. As originally inquired, the analysis did not show any evidence of a differential in terms of a market response or cost premium related to Edmonton facility projects when compared to other public owners for similar projects in the region. Lastly, through administration's undertaking based on relationships held with industry associations, it is our collective understanding that the City of Edmonton is held up as a leader and a client of choice. Our market opportunities are consistently responded with a high level of interest from the private sector. And with that, I'll turn it over to Craig for closing remarks.
Okay, thank you, Jason. So that is the conclusion of our presentations. I just wanted to highlight again, when these motions came in, the approach we took was to try and be as transparent as we could and get to the true answers with the time we had and the limitations of the data available. So that's a constraint on what we were able to find. But our journey as a department and how we represent the city is through that transparency and our continual improvement journey. So we have some learnings from this, and we've already started some of the takeaways that we're going to do with that. And with that, I'll hand it back for speakers.
Well, thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation. We really appreciate the work that you have done on this. So with that, I'm going to go to speakers. Jacob Kumar, Revolve Engineering Inc., joining remotely. Jacob, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Lindsay Butterfield, Build Edmonton Metro in person. Please come down. You'll be can grab a seat anywhere there. Sue Keating, Build Edmonton Metro in person. Rudy Rupanarayan, Build Edmonton Metro in person. There you are, Rudy. And Dolly Cepeda Montefiore, joining remotely. Dolly Cepeda. Okay, no. All right, we will start with Jacob. I just want to make sure that all the speakers were present when I read out the code of expectations for this engagement, right? So, okay, all were here. Okay, good. All right, so please go ahead. Jacob, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jacob. I'm here to speak to you as myself, an energy consultant in the building industry who specializes in the design of net zero buildings. I understand some of the focus areas for review under this report was whether our climate investments, namely our emissions neutral building policy, were driving up capital costs. And if that's the reason some of the buildings, like the Windermere Fire Station, were more expensive to build than a typical building. I wanted to speak specifically to the Windermere Fire Station because I was one of the consultants who worked on this project. And while I cannot divulge any details, I can still offer some context. But based on the numbers in the report, it looks like we are claiming that it was 20% more expensive. The major systems that allow us to get to the emissions neutral requirement or net zero are the better envelope and, most importantly, the geothermal system and the solar system. Those two systems are carrying the burden of the energy savings and the energy production. Without them, you can't get to net zero. What I've been hearing is the implication that the emissions neutral requirement is why this building costs 20% more to build. As someone that has helped design over 20 net zero buildings, I can assure you, having seen the cost for all these buildings, including this one, that these systems were not the reason the cost went 20% over. It's a fraction of that 20%. I encourage council to ask administration how much the geothermal system and the solar system for this building actually cost. But to give you an example, the Mosaic Center, which was our first attempt at a commercial net zero building in Edmonton, was a 30,000 square foot office building with a budget of around 11 million. The geothermal system on that building had a cost premium of approximately 80 to 100,000 compared to a traditional system, or less than 1% of the building cost. It had a 5-year payback, by the way. This is very typical for these type of buildings. Geosystems typically cost less than 2% of the building cost, usually less than 1%. The solar system was closer to 9%, but this was over a decade ago, and solar costs have dropped by 80%. So today, the same system would cost less than 4%. Together, that's about 5% cost premium compared to a traditional building. In our experience, this is about what you would expect for a net zero building, about 4 to 5% cost premium, not 20%. And I want to stress that building net zero building is not only not that expensive, it's not that difficult either. These systems are not necessarily more complex. Sometimes they're often simpler than traditional systems. Now let's leave the first cost aside for a moment because we're pretending like we don't get any benefits for the upgrades. For a city, you are buying, owning, and most importantly, maintaining these buildings forever. Operational costs typically represent 60 to 80% of a building's lifetime cost, which means the first cost is a drop in the bucket. What we need to focus on is operation and maintenance costs. And guess what? This is where net zero buildings shine because they cost very little to operate and maintain. You've prepaid for all of the energy for 40 years. The solar system will last around 40 years. The geo system will last over 100. It will outlast the building. A traditional building needs a boiler and chiller every 15 to 18 years. So if we had done that at Windermere, we would be paying more to maintain them every year. And by 2040, we would be paying again for new boilers and new chillers. Except that we wouldn't because the climate crisis isn't going anywhere. And by 2040, nobody will be installing these systems. So the transition is well on its way and it's going to be very swift, which means that any building that is not to be built to be at least net zero ready would require really expensive retrofits to take them there. And that cost is exponential in a retrofit scenario. It doesn't matter if the payback for these systems is 5 or 10 or even 20. You're owning it forever. It means it will always be cheaper in the long term to have a low maintenance, low operating cost net zero building that doesn't require expensive maintenance, retrofits, and upgrades every 15 years. Especially in a world rapidly moving off of fossil fuels, the silliest thing we can do is to install traditional systems and think only about first costs. They would become stranded assets in less than 10 years. I'm not saying we shouldn't look at reducing cost of these buildings. Could we do less fancy design? Do we need a star architect on the team? Did we need such a complex and redundant mechanical system? I don't know, but to blame the sustainability requirements for the cost overruns is missing the forest for the trees and ignores the burden on taxpayers for the ongoing maintenance, carbon tax, and energy costs. So even the most financially conservative accountant would tell you that the operation cost is what we should be looking at. Please do not entertain reducing our emission neutral building requirements. Remember that this was our first attempt. The industry is getting better at this every year, especially when you normalize these type of buildings, and which you are doing by leading. We have already seen the impact this one building alone has on the industry. It can be done cheaply and easily. Let's not forget the commitments we've made to ourselves to meet our climate obligations and fight for a sustainable future. The pushback you may hear from the industry is all about profits and a capitalist system that doesn't account for a livable ecosystem or our future tax burden. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Lindsay Butterfield.
Good morning. Thank you, members of Executive Committee and City Council, for taking the time to listen today. My name is Lindsay Butterfield, and I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Policy for Build Edmonton Metro. Our membership seeks opportunities to shape our region and municipalities to ensure more people and businesses choose to live, invest, and thrive here. We have over 500 member companies representing a large number of city builders at all scales. Providing access to city facilities that maintain an excellent quality of life for Edmontonians is an important part of the fabric of our city. As the report notes, the cost to provide those facilities, and specifically fire halls and recreation facilities are highlighted in item 7.2, has experienced a big jump in the last decade. There are several reasons for cost escalations, as you've heard, but unfortunately the motion from Council did not spur any recommendations or conclusions in this report. And we've just heard how there are no ways to cut costs from administration. I was very much looking forward to reading this report, and it was a challenging read. So aside from not finding conclusions, comparisons were difficult to draw out, and the way that comparable projects were framed obfuscated the ability to actually compare projects or components of them. There are trade-offs highlighted and described related to operational costs, but without clear numbers to show that additional capital costs are truly offset as believed. What we expected to see was a net present value of increased cost versus real savings over time. If the city's confident that the payback will be over and above a lower capital cost, we would love to have that information so that we can understand the timing for payback to take place, rather than the range that was shared this morning of 10 to 25 plus years, which is vague to say the least. Our members really do care about what happens with facility construction. As the parties who pay the offsite levy, which partially funds fire halls, the efficiency with which dollars are stewarded by the city is important to build. Our members supported moving ahead with a levy for fire halls because it is critical for safety of people and property, and the cost to build a home is lower when proper fire protection is available. Since the offsite levies went into effect, however, the worst fears about the levy have been realized, namely that council policies, and not just one, but many council policies have pushed costs higher than necessary. This is not only because of additional capital costs incurred due to the policy, but the complexity of implementing so many layers in any given project. Then when you add in iterative reviews with business partners, lengthy project processes that add years to timelines, and the carrying costs incurred along with those, you get inflated budgets for projects that are beyond what should be expected. And in the end, those inflated budgets through off-site levy rates are passed on to new home buyers disproportionately, as well as the city's tax base. The takeaway that I want to leave with you is that the city has finite capital available. You know this. We're also in the midst of a significant population boom, which is expected to continue at least through 2025 and probably beyond. And this means demand for city facilities is going to increase. The city needs to stretch its dollars further and strip away non-essential costs to provide services to residents and business owners. What's missing here is an analysis of how to make those capital dollars go further, so committee has its work cut out for it today in advance of a tough budget next week. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share and will gladly answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Sue Keating. And before I do that, Sue, I just want to take a moment to congratulate you for the awards that you won a couple of weeks ago.
And, that's so nice. Thank you.
And the recognition that you received from your industry was pretty amazing.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good morning, members of Executive Committee and Council. My name is Susan Keating, and I'm a board member with Build Edmonton Metro. Our association represents the building and land development industry across the Edmonton region. Along with the work we undertake as board members, I'm also the Vice President at Melcor Developments and sit on the city's steering committee that oversees the offsite levy program. The motion put forward by City Council to provide a report outlining cost drivers and a cost-benefit analysis pertaining to the capital cost of city facilities confirms what we have been saying. Our main takeaway and the message that we really want to get across is that costs are escalating, because of unique City of Edmonton policies. And costs are also increasing due to project timelines caused in part by the long processes needed to go from identifying the need for a facility to it being finished and commissioned. To start, I'd like to briefly talk about what we are calling policy pileup. It is obvious that that managing projects within the city's administration and framework is complex. Attachment 2 of the report notes 12 different policies that need to be incorporated into project plans and execution. That's 12 policy directives that predominantly fall into the nice-to-have category, outside of any guidance on finance and procurement. What is particularly difficult to understand is how and why the layering on of these 12 policies requires little to no financial scrutiny. This needs to be provided to the public as a consideration. So while our industry can look at the 12 policies and warn administration that certain policies will cause costs to skyrocket, the analysis of the true cost impact of these new policies is not known and not considered. We are very supportive of incremental changes that lead to efficiencies and mitigating climate impacts. However, the desires and expectations, whether these are by a small subset of the public or by members of City Council, should not outweigh the cost implications, which impact all Edmontonians. This Council, facing the budget that you have in front of you next week, must demand realistic costs for projects. Not every building must incorporate cutting-edge technology. Not every building needs to be a signature award-winning architectural design. This committee needs to direct administration to ensure functional design is at the core of the capital program. In many cases, this will require scaling back policy requirements and taking a more back-to-basics philosophy. Part of getting back to what is essential also extends to the process required to get a project from idea to completion. The length of time for the city to go through all the different gates in its project management process and all the changes that are introduced because of the time elapsed adds huge costs. The carrying costs alone for staff to manage such a lengthy process is excessive, let alone the complexity of what they have to manage because of the policies and procedures required. Committee and council need to examine how to shorten the amount of time for project execution. In closing, substantial changes need to be considered to bring down the rapid cost escalation that we have seen in recent years. We can't afford to grow as quickly as we are with the costs of Edmonton's capital program outlined in this report. The proposed tax increases confirms that the city's recoveries do not match up with its aspirations. There is limited capital with unlimited asks. And to make the limited capital go further, please take on a new approach with capital projects. Please consider the intent of this motion and be open and objective and willing to challenge the current practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Sue. And next we will go to Rudy Rupanarayan.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, members of Executive Committee and City Council. My name is Rudy Rupanarayan, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro. I'm also the Vice President of Commercial at the Rovit Group. Our members of Build are key contributors to funding fire halls, which are prominently featured in the report today through the off-site levy bylaw requirements. I also currently sit on the city's working group for off-site levies. A point of contention with levies is that the amount the city policy creates increases or the cost of those facilities, but which is not a necessary part of building an effective and efficient building. These include signature-looking buildings, timelines for the buildings, and redesign to implement new policies. I've been involved in the development of a wide range of buildings throughout my career, which includes warehouses, call centers, offices, commercial buildings, for which some of them include private recreation facilities. I can tell the committee that the city's policies and process is not the most efficient and cost-effective compared to that of the private sector. The rapid escalation of tax increases must always remain top of mind for all members of City Council, as it is top of mind for the residents as well as business owners. I strongly urge you to look at the cost drivers identified in this report and direct changes that will lower the cost to build. This could include removal of some of the policy requirements. It could also consider building through partnerships with the private sector and adopt some methodologies to lower costs. I will not be using my full 5 minutes today, but will gladly answer any questions that you may have. The key takeaway from my presentation is to please look at the process once again and see how it can lower the costs, because when you look at the private sector, we seem to be doing it a little bit better right now. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And just one more call for Ms. Dolly Sapita Montefar.
Hi, yeah, sorry, thank you. I was in another meeting and I'm having some troubles with Teams today, so I'm gonna have to just be speaking through my phone. Thank you. So basically, I'm here to, it's very quick as well. I'm not gonna be taking the 5 minutes, but I do want to remind City Council of our energy transition strategy and our climate resilience strategy. We do have goals that we need to keep in mind. And you know, doing a cost benefit analysis that leads us to believe that we shouldn't have net zero goals in mind with our new buildings really goes against that. And I do understand the need to save money. I think it is really imperative. I looked at the budget and the fact that $566 million is for new and future road expansions is something that we could look at and think maybe that is where we could be saving money instead of the little we save by not going into net zero building. And again, it doesn't have to be, like, I agree, like maybe we don't have to have architecturally award-winning buildings. I live near Windermere. I've seen the fire station. It's pretty, but I'm sure it costs a lot more than the fire station that I also see in, I don't know what the neighborhood would be, but in the one near St. Boniface. So those are two, they do the same job, but one is much more grand than the other. So just keeping our climate commitments and looking at other ways to save money is what I would advise the council. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, everyone. So with that, we're going to open for questions from committee and council colleagues. Councillor Cardinal, go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you all for being here. Maybe I'll start with Ms. Butterfield. So given the comments of a couple of the speakers here, is BUILD suggesting that we should stop trying to be energy efficient with the structures that we build?
Absolutely not. I think it's really important that we continue to improve, and we're on a path to do so. The building code is changing iteratively. We're expecting over the next few months that the 2025 codes will be released, and they will have even more stringent requirements for energy efficiency. We need to follow that path and incrementally improve.
And those codes govern every building, not just city buildings or private sector
Correct.
buildings. So we're all going to be compelled by code to become more energy efficient.
That's right.
But that's not the only consideration. Energy efficiency speaks to lower energy costs for buildings. Just, you know, if we can steal energy from the sun, then we don't have to burn gas to create that same energy. Yes?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we should adopt what we know is proven and what you can prove out through what the savings in operations will be. But you know, going over and above several levels of what code requirements are means that sometimes you're looking at technologies that aren't proven out, particularly for very specified types of facilities. And so we would just like to have more information and data to show that actually that payoff is happening and that there is a direct benefit.
Do you have, from this set of reports and attachments, do you have a sense of that?
There was a lot of information in there. It was very difficult to draw out very specific conclusions about what the costs were. Some things were rolled up and categorized, and so it was a challenge.
So, see, you know, all I have is what's in front of me. So I'll use the Windermere Fire Hall as an example, and because I don't know if industry gets better information than I get. I don't know if because you're paying off-site levies to support the building of this fire hall, if you have a better cost breakdown. How much were the solar panels and the arrays that go with it? Do you know?
I'll refer this to the folks who sit on those committees.
Yeah.
Councillor Cartmel, I do not know what the exact cost was. However, we did get the building design from the Offsite Levies Committee, and we did send it out to a few contractors internally. And what we found out from them is that they believe some of the design elements is where really we could save some dollars. Not specifically the solar itself.
Design elements like what?
For example, the curved roof structure on this building.
Okay.
Okay, why could we not have more of a flat roof structure? The PLAM beams, you can use different types of architectural details that would reduce the costs.
Right, so some might say, you know, just because you work for the city doesn't mean you shouldn't have nice things or nice places to work. Thoughts? Maybe we do need PLAM beams.
You know what, I would not disagree with that. However, if you take a look at some of the buildings our organization is building, we are actually looking at architecture details. We are looking at aesthetics that please the community, because we do not want a basic building. We want to make sure that we enhance what the current status quo is.
Do you have a sense of what some of the programming elements might add to the cost? You know, and so one of the things I go to, for instance, is, and I think this is the case, Windermere has drive-through bays, whereas a number of fire halls, you know, in and around the region, even other fire halls in Edmonton, have back-in bays. Do you have a sense of what that costs, just that one design feature?
Unfortunately, we did not investigate that for that one feature.
But we could figure that out. That, I mean, that's not
We certainly could.
Not hard to do the math if
Nope.
you have the information that would, you know, pertain to that design change.
And the drive-through bays are a great example of something that's really nice to have on site, but it is not essential for the function of what happens there.
So let's, because this is just one example, I would suggest there's dozens. But an apron that carries a fire truck is not the same as your driveway in front of your house, right?
Definitely not.
So if you have twice the amount of driveway, that's going to increase the cost of the project.
Yeah, and that impacts your climate outcomes as well with the extra requirements for it.
How? How does that affect?
In terms of adding more concrete, less permeable area on a site.
Is there some compensating effect by driving through and not backing up that has a climate effect? I can't think of one.
No.
We just have more concrete, more apron, twice as many doors, which arguably means twice as much energy lost through doors opening and closing, yes?
That sounds right to me.
Right. So I share your frustration in the lack of information here, and I'll be asking administration about those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Prince Bay, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll ask my first question to Mr. Kumar. I just wanted to get clarification. You had suggested that there should be a 4 to 5% premium cost increase for an energy efficient or energy sustained resilient building. Is that correct?
In our experience, we've found that for a properly designed net zero building, you would expect a cost increase of approximately 4 to 5%.
Okay, and is that a specific type of building or is that just in general?
That's in general. Obviously, some buildings, it's going to be cost a little bit more than that. For example, rec facilities, which have, you know, huge energy requirements for the pool and ice rinks and stuff like that. Some buildings, like office buildings, maybe a lot less than that because there's a lot of savings where renewable systems may actually cost less. But yeah, I do want to push back on the fact that these systems aren't proven or are more complex. They are absolutely proven. There's hundreds of thousands of installations in Canada. They're not more complex. They're, you know, they're not fancy. They're oftentimes simpler than traditional systems.
Okay, and I just wanted to clarify with you as well that I heard a common thread that many people were saying that maybe the architecture is somewhere where we can save costs?
Yeah, I mean, look, I was on the team, and we're on several other fire stations as well. And yes, like, do we need an award-winning design? I think if you're in these times where we're having a tough time paying for things, like, yeah, maybe I want beautiful buildings in Edmonton. I love Edmonton. I want it to be beautiful. I don't want ugly buildings. But I agree, maybe the sloped roof increased costs, and I think the point I was trying to make, it wasn't the emissions neutral requirement. Like, it's not that difficult to go further than the code. Like, I would vehemently push back that going past the code is that difficult or that expensive. I'm simply arguing there's other things that push this cost up, and some of these, were discussed during design, whether, because firemen have unique requirements that sometimes you can't get around, and it's hard for us to comment on how they do their job.
Right, okay, thank you for that. And then Ms. Butterfield, I'll go to you next. I just wanted to get an understanding. You said that like some council policies may be contributing to an increase in cost. Is there something specific that you can refer to?
So I think on page 11 of the Collier's report, you do have a kind of time scale showing a large number of policies being adopted. And, the problem is with each of those policies being adopted, there are incremental costs added, and that increment adds up pretty quickly. And I think that's what we're trying to identify is, we're not pinpointing there's one single problem here that you could solve quickly. It's all of these layers contribute.
Yes, I see. Okay, thank you for explaining that. And then Ms. Keating, you had said that you were a part of the offsite levy program, is that correct, or are?
Hi. Yes, there's a steering committee that is comprised of members of the development committee or community and members of the city of Edmonton, and we work together on the offsite levy program.
Okay, great. And is the program playing out as you expected? Like are you making recommendations to administration, or you're working with administration?
Yes, we are working together. We do make recommendations. As it pertains to the fire halls specifically, we have made many recommendations that are sort of in line with kind of what we're talking about today, because that's the newest, I would say, of the offsite levies that are at play, and we are making recommendations, and in some ways we're working well together, and in others our recommendations are not being addressed.
Okay, and quickly, on the topic of fire halls, is staff living quarters a requirement? And that's something I'll ask of administration, but you're aware of?
Yes, I think they are, right, Lindsay? Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks.
Thank you. Before I go to Councillor Salvador and Councillor Stevenson, I do want to have questions. When I hear administration, like, first of all, this issue is not a new issue. Cost of public projects has been lingering around for even when I was on council, when I was a minister of infrastructure. So when I hear administration, what they say makes sense. When I hear you from Build and other folks, what you're saying makes sense. When I hear from Comar about sustainability, that makes sense. When I hear about accessibility folks, that makes sense. But what I'm sensing is that not everyone is talking to each other. That we have not created a table that will allow to have those conversations in a way. So maybe I'll go to Build. Maybe, do you think it's time to kind of really figure this out in a comprehensive way and put some of these questions to rest or find good solutions, creating a table that would include you, that would include construction industry, that would include folks like Comar, folks from accessibility community, folks who are, and our administration, and construction industry folks, right? People who can really sit down at the table and figure this out. Maybe I'll go to Build.
So when you say pick a design, I presume that's something similar to...
I'm not saying pick it, I'm saying create a table where you are experts, administration is expert, Comar is expert in sustainability. There are people experts in accessibility issues. I think if we create a table that we task you to go figure it out, tell us how to build functional, efficient, cost-effective buildings in the city of Edmonton that are appealing, functioning, and meet our demand.
So I think we're always happy to sit down at a table and provide advice. We have a lot of expertise within our membership on all elements of city building. I would be challenged that without looking at the cost drivers that are identified in the report before you today, all you would be doing is adding another thing to go through.
With the mandate to review all the policies that we have in place.
Yeah.
With the mandate to say, look, are the design standards appropriate, right? With the mandate to say, okay, maybe we need to look at the life cycle cost analysis, right? With the mandate saying, accessibility requirements, building code, with the specific focus, because I look at this, you're talking about 12 policies. Yesterday we had a conversation, we had 44 policies related to neighborhood renewal program, right? So I think we need to overhaul the system probably, right? Let me think about it, what that looks like, but I think I'm at a point where it's getting frustrated to back and forth that we're not getting to the solution. We're just kind of pointing fingers at each other, right? I think we need to end that and create a table. So let me think about it, but you will be willing to partner in that kind of deep analysis into not just to create a table, but with a focused, deeper analysis on what the cost drivers are.
Yeah, we would be open to that.
Good. All right. Okay. And Omar, Jacob, from your, you sit on our city's energy transition committee. Would you be willing to have that conversation with industry folks and others?
Yeah, absolutely. But I do want to just clarify that, there's competing interests because the city has more stakeholders than just profit.
Absolutely, and that's why
the development industry is interested just in profit and keeping costs low so that they can make more profit. Whereas we have, as a city, obviously, the tenants of the building, the users of the building, and the property tax burden. As I mentioned, 60 to 80% of the cost of a building is operating costs.
Yes, of course, yeah. Looking at this life cycle cost of the project, not just the construction cost. So that is an important point. Okay, Dolly, you represent an organization, or you're there by yourself on your own behalf?
I'm with ETCRC as well.
Okay, got it. Okay, great. I'm almost out of time. I'll let me think about it, what that table can look like. Okay, Councillor Salvador, then Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all the speakers for being with us this morning and sharing their expertise. I'll start with Speaker Komar, and then I'll ask a very similar question to Speaker Butterfield as well. So just really want to hone in on what is a reasonable level of detail that we can expect to see when it comes to those operational costs and savings over the lifespan of an asset. I am hearing sort of broad timelines around 10, 15, 20 years. To Jacob, is it possible in your experience to get more granular with that payback? Is that a reasonable expectation?
Absolutely. We can dig into the numbers and provide the actual payback. I actually don't love looking at that metric, partly because on a city-owned building that you own forever, like I mentioned, it doesn't matter if it's 5 years or 10 years or 15. I think it's less than 10 years for these buildings for both the solar and geosystem. But again, on a building that you own for this long, it doesn't matter because as I mentioned, it's the risk that I would worry about. If you install traditional systems, you will rip them out within 5 to 10, max 15 years. And to retrofit these systems is either impossible or extremely expensive. So this is a risk scenario for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm wondering, when it comes to that elevated level of risk or the need for future retrofitting, how do you see that captured in a conversation like the one we're having today? Like that, I think that's a part that's missing for me. I'm like, it's something that I recognize. We know that is part of the conversation, but it's not really reflected when it comes to hard numbers. How do we ensure that is a part of the conversation?
I agree, and I think this is where we see this all the time. This isn't even being discussed. The fact that the world is going to change very quickly, And we work on traditional buildings as well for developers. We work on basically just code-built buildings. And I believe they're stranded assets. We advise our clients do not install fossil fuel infrastructure because they're stranded assets. And we're basically assuming that the world tomorrow is going to look like the world today. And that is fundamentally a broken assumption. And the world's going to change very quickly. And that's why it's so important for the city to be leading with these types of buildings, especially considering the fact that we know that operating costs are the big driver. And you're going to have a net zero building. And in 10 years, you're not going to remember the capital cost that went into it, but you're going to remember that, hey, it's year 15. We don't have to replace boilers. This is awesome. It's year 15. We still have free solar energy, and we're not paying huge bills. I think that needs to be a big part of the conversation instead of just first cost.
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. And maybe I would ask a similar question to Speaker Butterfield. Like, that is, I know you mentioned the desire to see a more specific and precise payback, and just the timing of that payback and what that looks like. Maybe I would ask you, is that sort of a realistic ask? What would you like to see? Would you like to see for each type of building or type of installation? Just trying to understand what.
Yeah, thank you for asking. I think ideally what we'd actually like to see is that the offsite levy encapsulate sort of a base cost for what a facility requirement is, and that cost get paid by industry, and additional policy goals that are actually benefiting the entire community. I mean, climate and energy use are not directly localized benefits for a specific catchment area. We'd love to see the scope of what's being charged to industry narrowed down to strictly what's allowed within the Municipal Government Act, which is that there is a direct benefit shown of those charges to a specific area.
Okay, I appreciate the clarity. And then just to circle back to some of the things that Speaker Komar was sharing around cost avoidance of retrofitting systems in the future, and how do we factor in those types of considerations early on in the process when we're having these types of full life cycle cost conversations?
Yeah, that's also a great question. I know there was some discussion about neighborhood renewal yesterday, and I think it's a big challenge. How are all of these systems going to be replaced, and how are the dollars being put aside to capture those? How are facilities that we have currently in Edmonton that I think were referred to as legacy buildings, how do we make sure that those are kept current and operating to the expectation that is being shown in new facilities that are built? So big challenge there. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, and maybe just reflecting on your experience in industry, how does industry factor in those types of considerations when they're looking at upfront capital costs versus some of those longer term operational costs and potential savings or cost avoidance by making certain decisions at the outset of a project?
Maybe I can weigh in on that one a little bit. When we're looking at design buildings, for example, we're looking at the users who are going to be paying the rents for a lot of these commercial buildings, and oftentimes it's convincing them as well. It's not only a developer decision. Jacob alluded earlier to saying we try to build the building for pure profit. When you look at it, our competitive advantage as a landlord is to make sure our operating costs are lower than the next landlord's operating costs. So what we tend to do is we tend to look at how we can actually make this more energy efficient in order to reduce those costs for other tenants. So that becomes our competitive advantage.
Thank you. Okay, before I go to Councillor Stevenson, I want to welcome some folks, some students who are joining us from Jan Reimer School, another group from Jan Reimer School, and they are here with their teacher Huber. All right, and Ward Carriot is Councillor Tang is your ward representative. Nice to see you all. Are you having fun? How much fun are you having? This much fun or this much fun? This much fun. No, that is a lot of fun. That's how much fun we have in this chamber hall as well. Who is are you going to be having a mock council? You did it already? Wow, who was the mayor? I meant the mock council mayor, not the real mayor. Mock council mayor. Mayor, you want to come down? Come down to the podium. Come on, come down to the podium. Come down to the podium. Huh? Okay, so tell us your name and also tell us the topic that you discussed and also tell us what the decision you made.
My name is Isabella. Our topic was should public transit in Edmonton be free for kindergarten to grade 12 students?
Okay, so what was the decision of your council?
That the decision
Did they vote yes, it should be, or no, it shouldn't be?
Yeah.
Okay, they voted yes?
Yeah.
And what were some of their concerns? So like Maya had some concerns.
They about safety.
Yeah, they had some concerns about safety.
So you made a decision to make it free or not?
Yes.
You made a decision to make it free for kids, students, sorry, from kindergarten to grade 12. Okay, cool. I think under our current policy, kids up to the age of 12 can ride public transit free as long as they're accompanied by fare-paying passengers. So we can. That's a good suggestion to sometimes when we're in better financial situation, right? So, good. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Good work. Well done. Yay. Okay. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks to all of our speakers for joining us this morning. Yeah, just a few quick clarifications, and I want to start with Speaker Keating. I apologize if I missed this. I think in your comments you were talking about sort of meeting the interests of a small subset of Edmontonians or members of council. Just wanted to understand that a bit further. Was that specifically in relation to climate change policies, or what was that referring to?
Hi, good morning. Yes, I did discuss that briefly, and I was not referring to just climate change initiatives. I was referencing, and maybe this wasn't clear, but I was referencing that there's 12 city policies listed in this report that need to be considered and applied to projects on top of building codes and other regulatory things, and that we really think that the impact of each of these policies should be clearly outlined and communicated, because many of these policies are maybe applicable to a council initiative or a small subset of the public, but really the cost of them is on everyone in Edmonton, and it really should be clearly outlined what is the impact of each of these policies, so that we can maybe eventually get to a point where we can start to make trade-offs. If
sure.
Based on the use of the facility is very much a climate resiliency policy, like if that's the way to go, then maybe there's another policy that isn't. Perhaps the public art policy takes a backseat.
Sure, I'm just mindful of my time. No, I appreciate that. That's okay. Okay, and so I'm assuming, of course, you would never want to get to a point where we, take a group like those that require additional accessibility needs and sort of pit those against the broader population. I don't think that would be your intent, but it's just recognizing that sometimes we do need to meet the needs of minorities, so that it's not a tyranny of the majority, as it were.
Of course, yeah, we're not suggesting that.
Great. Just in terms of to Speaker Butterfield, I'm actually really intrigued by this idea of establishing sort of like a base facility, a base cost that has the specific area benefit. I think that's a really workable model. I just wanted to understand how you would see factoring the full life cycle costs of that approach, and then also recognizing that there's the operational costs. So, the levy addresses the capital upfront costs, but there's still ongoing operating costs that are specifically localized. And again, as we've talked about, investing in that energy efficiency can help mitigate that over time. So again, really like that model. I think it's worth exploring, but just want to understand how you would see just ensuring that we're capturing the full life cycle cost.
So the requirements under the MGA for levies do not allow operational costs to be captured. It is strictly about capital.
Of course.
So yeah, that would be an entirely different type of system. I'm not saying that that couldn't be contemplated, but it would have to look at perhaps like taxpayer catchment areas versus development areas for greenfield or even infill. So that would be a tool that doesn't currently exist, but
Maybe
we're
I'll just give
certainly
another
interested
example.
in
Sorry, I'm
working
running out of
on new
time, and
tools.
I'm sorry, I'm just running out of time. So maybe I just want to give a specific example. So you mentioned sort of what I understood from your comments is that you think that we should be proceeding in line with the building code only. My understanding of the building code is that in the future, if you're doing significant renovations to a facility, they have to be upgraded to the current code. And so if we know that the code is going to be more stringent in the future, it seems that by building to that future state, we avoid those downstream capital costs. So again, is that something that we could have in the discussion around what a base cost is?
Well, I mean, so great point. Yes, renovations are going to be captured in the 2025 version of codes that are released. I think looking at over and above, there's always the challenge of, well, we need to make sure that that things work before we start committing dollars to them. Even with this last round of codes, there are certain elements that had to be reviewed, revised, and changed once more modeling was done of the code requirements. And so it's, taking on a little bit of risk to start jumping ahead of what regulatory requirements might be.
Okay, I'll come around. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thanks for the great questions already posed. Maybe I'll start with Jacob. You also talked about, had the fire station, let's say, moved ahead with sort of the regular design, the cost of retrofitting some of these things later on can be quite more astronomical. Do you have, just in your other portfolio examples, do you have experiences, do you have other examples of what's that magnitude we're talking about?
Yeah, for sure. And I have to be careful because I'm not sure if I'm allowed. I know the costs.
You don't have to use this example. You can talk about other.
But for example, the Mosaic Center, the cost premium for the geosystem was $80,000 to $100,000, which partly because you don't need to install a traditional chiller or a boiler system. You have the geosystem, it's there for 100+ years. It's under the parking lot. If you didn't do that, then let's say in 5 or 10 years, you have to rip up the parking lot and install a geosystem, and you have to trench your way into the mechanic room. And then the biggest challenge is if you installed, let's say, a high temperature mechanical system that works on high temperatures, not low temperatures like renewable systems do, you may have huge challenges in incorporating that. So you may have to retrofit most of the mechanical system. So it's orders of magnitude. Like it's in some cases where you don't have a lot of space on your land, and sometimes we go under the building with our boreholes, for example, you don't get a chance to do that. How do you drill under your building in the future? You can't. You had one chance, right? So.
And I also just want to follow up on your comment around, fundamentally you see differences in values between private and public sector. Do you not see a way forward to reconcile some of those differences?
I mean,
without giving, without, I think, compromising some of the city building objectives, right?
Yeah, fundamentally, I mean, you heard it. The developers want to build to the minimum design requirements mandated by code. So they want to build the cheapest, they want to leave with the minimal obligations, because for them, again, it's a private corporations driven by profit. It's not like a, it's just what it is. It's private corporations. And fundamentally, they don't care if the tax burden or our air is dirtier, or if the tax burden is higher in the future, because they're looking at that first cost. Just get the profits, get out.
Although
And
I do think that
fundamentally, that's where
sometimes
you have to align.
some of those
Sorry.
economic business case is actually quite strong for a net zero building, for example. And I think that oftentimes is part of the consideration. But anyways, I appreciate where you're coming from, and thank you for providing some of that reflections on that comparison around retrofit versus embedding it at the beginning. I guess I just want to turn to Rudy for a bit. I hear you say private sector does it better, and you take into the operating costs, the maintenance costs, the life cycle costs down the road when you participate in constructing sort of public sector buildings. And do you have an example?
So, like I mentioned to you before, I haven't actually worked with public sector buildings, but I have worked with a lot with private sector buildings. With the private sector buildings, absolutely we took into account what the operating costs were. As I mentioned before, it's due to the fact you want to be that competitive advantage for yourself, but also too, as a holder of long-term assets, we want to make sure that we're maintaining something that actually is easy to maintain in the future. So we do analyze exactly what we do with our buildings and what the long-term aspect of that is. When you're looking at the buildings themselves, like I said, the end users often dictate what you can actually get as a return from those. And oftentimes the developers put into a situation where, do we move forward and build this? And if we do move forward and build this, is this something we can actually lease out or get tenants to come into, because the cost is that much higher? So we try to balance that, and we really do look at how we can, like one of my mandates always is to see how we can actually tweak or change this. How can we, for example, recently I had to lower buildings 2 feet. And what that helped me do was to reduce on the cost of the building on the exterior, but also heating costs would also be less too, because you don't have to heat that extra 2 feet. So we're trying to become creative with what we're doing in order to make sure we can still move forward with the project.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. So just perhaps a few points of clarification first. Building codes aren't retroactive, at least not currently.
Correct.
Right? So there's a threshold. If you're almost rebuilding the building from scratch, then the current code applies. But if you're adding a sunroom, you're not bringing your house up to current code.
Right.
This thought of some sort of a committee to get people around the table. I suggested a infrastructure committee back in October. Councillor Jans has a pending motion for next week about an infrastructure table that includes private sector participation. Not necessarily forever, but for now, to try to iron out some of these things. Do you see that as something that industry would be interested in participating? And Mayor Sohi has suggested that today as well.
Yes, I think that would be a great opportunity to trade information and share ideas.
So maybe we wait out that motion, Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, Councillor Tang and I were having that chat too, because she reminded me about that pending motion, so
Yeah, okay.
Good, yeah.
We've talked a little bit about the layering of costs, and so once again, I'm going to say again, this is not a climate change meeting. This is a project management meeting. And I don't hear industry saying, cut all the climate change stuff. I hear them saying, tell us what it costs. Is that fair?
That's absolutely correct.
Right. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my house. So there's a life cycle cost to my house. I buy my house, I have a mortgage, my highest operating cost is my mortgage payment. And I have to qualify for that mortgage payment based on the capital cost of my house and on the debt service of my house. There's two things there, yeah? Is there similar things when you do it in the commercial sector? right?
Absolutely. In order for us to move forward with the project, we obviously have to go to the bank, get the funds, and there's a lot of requirements there for us to do so.
On my house, I spent, mid-20,000s to put solar panels on. My dollars. I had to lay that money out, and then I got a loan from the federal government, to help me pay that back. So I have the carrying cost on that loan. I have the cost of energy because the solar panels don't do everything, but I have the benefit of selling energy back to the grid. There's a cost comparator there. And there's a life cycle cost equation to that. Would that be similar to the life cycle cost equation that you might consider if you're talking about an investment?
Absolutely.
But if I added $25,000 to the cost of my home on day one, in addition to my mortgage, I might not be able to own that house, right?
Correct.
Is that not what we're talking about? Is it not fully understanding the layering of cost, and not just the cost of ecological responsibility, but all the costs?
That's right. There's a lot of reference in the report throughout the attachments to reputation and expectations, but there are cost implications to that, and I think that's what council needs to weigh.
So there's reference to the program of the building, but no line item that says this is how much extra one versus the other cost. There's the ecological cost, there's the regulatory cost, there's umpteen costs, but no numbers. And
Right, and that's a challenge to then speak to what the numbers are and where savings could be captured.
And then there's costs that industry is identifying that continue to layer onto the cost of a home. The tree cost, the new costs around the leveling of, the slopes and management of drainage on individual lots. That was just discussed a couple of weeks ago. You may have other examples.
There are plenty. We could make our own list and attach it to something, but yeah, and that's right. And I think the challenge is those all come with incremental dollars, space requirements, and so like there is this pile up of different things, all with good intentions, but there is no cumulative understanding of what they all add up to.
And we've talked about that before. What is the cumulative effect of all of it, line by line, layer by layer? Because if Edmonton is going to continue to be the most affordable big city in Edmonton, we need to think about that. Yes? You need to speak in the mic so people that can't see you.
I was just going to say that in the same way that you did the math in your own personal example of the solar panels for your home, we're asking for the math to be done on each of these individual policies.
And if there's a capital cost increase that says we put solar panels on the Windermere Fire Hall, but here is the corollary in terms of reduced operating costs, that would be great to know.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to follow up with industry because I go back to my time on council. I got elected in 2007. And at that time, when we were looking at projects, capital projects, we were only looking at the capital cost of that particular project. Took me at least, being part of the group of people on council to convince council and administration to actually look at the life cycle cost analysis of a project. You're not suggesting us we move away from the life cost analysis, right?
No, that's correct.
Because it's important, like we can build crappy buildings that will cost us very much extra cost to operate and maintain than a well-designed, well-functioning, sustainable building.
Yeah. My previous response about operating costs was simply in relationship to the Municipal Government Act requirements for offsite levies.
Yes, of course. No, I thank you for that clarification because I think it'll be going back from a good practice of, yes, I understand the policy. I think we need to review the policies. There are policies that might be redundant, right? May not serve the purpose, and also trade-offs of those policies, right? So I think that's a good conversation to have. But recognizing that, almost 80% of the cost of a project on the life cycle basis is operation, maintenance, right? So we need to make sure that that's not what we're hearing. Okay, good. That is I needed to know. Thank you so much. I'll go to Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have now been answered, although I would like to give you the opportunity to, I would like to say industry does indeed care, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And your motivation is not just to build to absolute minimum.
That's right, and I'll pass it along, but I would just say the business that members of BUILD are in is to create communities, create homes and business places of work for Edmontonians, and that's not a short-term proposition of take the money and run. That is a long-term community building goal. So, Sue.
Yeah, I may add too that any good developer that wants to develop a community wants to build something that's long-term. So using the overall perspective, looking at costs, operating costs is very important. And we're not saying that we're not looking at that at all. I think it's just important that we look at the costs up front so we can actually kick off that project.
Just to add to that, as I mentioned earlier, I work at Melcor, who's been developing communities in Edmonton for over 100 years. And so, you know, our legacy and building things that we're proud of is like at the core of who we are and what we do. So thank you for bringing that up and asking that question.
Okay, thanks for sharing that. That's it for me.
Okay, Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to circle around on that theme. So I'm hearing the importance of you know, effective stewardship of tax dollars. I'm hearing industry's commitment to, you know, increasing building standards in line with the building code. I think that the timing, like, it does come down to a matter of timing. Like, I worry that if we're building to a lower energy efficiency standard now, knowing, again, we know very well which direction the building code is going, which direction it needs to go, is it not more prudent to proactively avoid future retrofit costs that will fall solely on taxpayers in the future?
I guess the question back to Councillor Stevenson and back to committee and back to council is, what is the cost impact that you want to impact Edmontonians with? And that's a tough question, so I can't answer that question specifically. Yes, you can build to a very low standard, which I don't believe is happening very often in the private sector or in the public sector. We see excellent buildings, but adding more and more has a cost.
Oh, sorry, Jacob, I think you're just unmuted. Did you want to add something or no? Okay.
Sorry, yeah, I could jump in there. We do energy modeling for code compliance. So we've seen everything from net zero buildings to code compliant. What we see, I've never had a developer who is building CRUs or, you know, those type of buildings look at operating costs. They're always telling me, I want to build the cheapest, pass the code with the cheapest way possible. We've literally been fired because we told the developer, you're not meeting code, you need to upgrade it. And they fired us and hired another energy consultant who says, oh, I'll get you over the line, no problem.
Sure. Well, so, yeah, thank you, Jacob. Thanks for sharing that. I think, like, I think it's really hard to paint an industry with a single brush. And I think we need to be mindful that not everyone acts in the same way, that there are bad actors in every industry or every group. So, you know, just want to be mindful of those broader characterizations. I think that, okay, so just back to because in terms of the timeline, I mean, again, the options that we have are upfront levies. You know, one of the options we have is upfront levies that cover the capital costs. That adds to present cost. It can, you know, add to the mortgage of a home. But in the long term, that's going to help keep taxes low, especially when we're building buildings that are future-proofed. And so again, what I've heard this morning is the importance of being really mindful about taxes. And I guess, does building future-proofed buildings not speak to that imperative?
Well, I guess that assumes that we know exactly what the future is. So there is always, a challenge in anticipating or knowing exactly where technology is going to go, energy sources. Like there's all kinds of components that go into a response for this question.
Are you maybe just a clarification of the question? Are you asking more about how to make changes, or if changes should be looked at to the levy, or is that what you're asking?
I think it's this question, the advice to phase in at the same pace as the building code. I see risk in that from a city perspective, and that's what I'm trying to untangle. I see a risk of higher retrofit costs in a very short time frame.
So
I see risk of increased operating costs and the impact that has on the tax levy.
Sure. So I think what we're suggesting is that the levies in nature is the concept of growth pays for growth, and we agree with that principle. And so I think what we're suggesting is that if the city wants to apply certain policies or certain aspects to something like a fire hall above and beyond the code and the basic functionality of what a fire hall should be, they can, and maybe they decide that they will, but the levy itself is responsible to cover the cost of the base model. So it's not saying that the city can't do it and has to go back to building a basic model. They could build an elaborate model, but the levy itself should be covering only the basic function of the fire hall.
Got it. Thank you.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the questions to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And now we will go to questions to administration. And Councillor Cartmel, you exempted this. We'll start with you.
Great, thank you. So you've been listening to the conversation here, so I don't want to necessarily rehash all of that. Maybe a few questions about what was in the various attachments to both sets of reports. I'm going to start with this. The values so the dollar values in these charts, are they all normalized to 2024? Is that, is every dollar value a 2024 dollar value? Is that my understanding?
Sorry, which charts are you specifically referring to?
Well, there's charts that compare, fire hall versus fire hall, rec center versus rec center, that kind of thing. I'm sorry, attachment 3 of, I think the reports at 17. Yeah.
So depending on the specifics, but we do try to provide in brackets behind every one of the values the year in which the value of money is being presented. So in some cases, I'm just looking at Table 9, Recreation Center comparison. I don't know if that's the same one you're looking at or a different one, but
I'll get there, yeah.
I've got it, whether it's escalated to 2026 or if it's in kind of in a historical trend to $2023. Then you actually have to go into the paragraph below where then it becomes normalized between, so that's when after normalizing construction costs to 2024, so the current year, that's where you see the values.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I want to sort of bounce around here. I've got so many questions. One of the things you pointed out in your presentation was that there's timing and market escalation, particularly with my words, particularly with vertical infrastructure, with buildings. And it's been my experience that you get caught in a bit of a death spiral at times, that if the time between you've presumed generally what your building is going to cost, and you design that building, and you get to a cost estimate of that building, and it's higher than your original estimate, then there's a value engineering exercise that, to try to reduce that cost. If that takes too long, inflation consumes everything that you save, so you're back to the same delta and you just funnel down. Is that a reasonable description?
No, and we've got many case studies I can specifically point to, Lewis Farms Rec Center, for one, where that's exactly happened, where you're chasing your tail in a bit of
Yeah.
perspective.
I'd point to Coronation, right? Because we were waiting for the provincial government to come through with some dollars, and we waited and waited and waited, and we got then into this loop of escalation versus scope reduction. Yeah.
And then council had a decision to build a budget or build to program.
Right.
And that was the fork in the road.
That's another question I have. So, but just on this timing thing then, so would you agree that it's kind of critical that at the time that you're moving forward, the time we're moving forward on a project, that we've said, okay, go design it, that there's a reasonable expectation that we're actually going to build it relatively soon?
For sure, the market always likes certainty when it comes to kind of understanding, and that's where through early contractor involvement, we try to capitalize on those opportunities and form the design in such a way that we're mitigating our risks a certain way. But certainly that is absolutely, there's a healthy tension, I would say, in ensuring that you've done enough planning and design, that there's clarity around all the stakeholders involved, everybody knows what we're building, that you're not having to make adjustments during the delivery phase. And that's the crux of this, is you want to make sure that you spend enough planning and design, not too much, but not too little, that you don't have to make changes while you're in construction, because that's when a $1 change in design means $10 in delivery.
We've all seen the picture, right? The yacht named cost changes and the wee little boat hanging off the back is the contract, right?
Yep,
So does that does not establish, though, the imperative to actually really shorten up our timelines between the day we think we're going to build something and getting it shovel ready to get to construction?
Yeah, and in past history, if I go back 10, 15 years ago, administration would be provided a budget package and we'd be told to go build.
To budget?
Well, not always the case. And I think that's the challenge there, is that there were many times where we came back to council saying, we can't build what we think you want. And we'd have to adjust. And we've had some really good examples in the past. Northwest Police Campus was $30 million, then it was 80, then it was 107. And eventually, once we had to replace the roof, it was 120.
But Rabbit Hill Road was all the way down to, to Friesen Brothers, and then it was McBride Boulevard, and then it was 23rd Avenue, because we built to budget, not to program.
Right. And if we get that direction up front, it does add clarity to the project team as they work through it. And I think, like we did with Coronation, the one example I provided, we came forward and said, we need explicit instructions from council on how best to move forward. Do you want us to hold the line on budget? Adjust the program?
Yeah.
Or do you want us to adjust the program and increase the budget? And we got that direction, and it's working, and the project's proceeding.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to actually follow up on that, because that's a very important point that Councillor Cardinal is making around shortening that timeline. But one of the reasons that timeline is not shortened, because I remember conversations around Terwilliger Rec Center, for example. We went to state procurement, then we changed our mind, then we went to P3, spent a couple of years talking about P3, then cost for P3 was high, then we went back to our own procurement. That added delay and cost, right? I think
indecision is costly.
Indecision is costly, and also think about Meadows Rec Center. I think our decision was pretty quick on Meadows, and we said, here's your money, go build it. Yes, we had to make some adjustments. I think if we're really looking at cost savings, I think we need to look at our own, first for your ability to design quickly, then our ability to set you direction and say, go do it, instead of going through 5 stages of approvals.
Yes, time itself is a risk factor, and we've talked through examples of that here.
I think that's where the real savings are. I think we can chip around policy. Absolutely, we need to do that, and other standards. So what needs to happen? What needs to happen that we continue to have the discipline of life cycle cost analysis, but at the same time, we give you a direction. We want to build Ambleside storage facility, or we want to build that bus barn to store future buses. What is required from this body to tell you, here's your budget, now you go build it, engage with industry, and don't be telling us, coming to us for a couple of years with different stages of approvals?
That's a very good and a very complex question to answer because it layers into everything we do. And I know we're going in circles here a bit, but our budget cycle and when we set budget looks at those parameters and then it sets our priority at the fundamental, really broad level. But I think what it takes is clarity from council and it feeds right back into all this policy conversation. So what's guiding our decisions in terms of how we program and what we put into those, everything we do on all types of assets and infrastructure, and it's really guided by that. And if we're following all of those, and it's administration that has to balance all those tensions of what are we trying to do to serve the public, what are we trying to do for aesthetics, what are we trying to do to be cost effective from a bottom dollar and value for money, and we're trying to take those inputs from all of the parties and yourselves and lead to the best design we can with all of that incorporated. So
I talked about creating this table and I understand there's other moving pieces. So we haven't created an infrastructure committee yet, right? I hope we do, right? But that's a decision pending at the next council meeting. Right. So, and you heard a lot of questions from speakers.
We did.
What do we need, what is the next step in your mind? Should we wait till the creation of that committee and have private sector involved? Or we give you some direction to go further engage? Because of all these moving pieces, I'm struggling, like what are the next steps that in order to really get things done, get them in an efficient way, and sometimes we need to get out of your way as well.
Right. I think my answer to that is with industry such as Build, we do talk, we have talked, we need to continue to talk. And that's a takeaway that we will do. You can give us council direction or not. We need to continue that journey.
Yeah, but there are other players. There are construction industry associations, right? And there are tradespeople who are really experts in building things, right?
Agreed.
And then you have community organizations who really believe in sustainability and life cycle cost analysis, right?
Agreed.
So,
that comes into our industry relationships that we are very focused on in general. Yeah. So we will continue on that. When it comes to the future debate around an infrastructure committee, no objections from our side to do that. That line of sight, that governance, we're bringing similar things. It's just which committees they're coming to. This is the committee today that we try to do that. Yeah. In terms of governance on the private or industry side, I guess the challenge would be who represents the global industry collectively, and how does that govern itself well? Something I would leave with you all to think about with that. But in terms of transparency and governance and bringing things to council, if that's a committee, that makes sense. We are supportive.
Okay, good. Okay, well, we will have that conversation. Yeah, good. Okay. All right, good. So we are at almost 12. We'll take a break here. We'll be back at 1:30 and carry on with this conversation. Thank you, everyone. were on, before actually going to the item, we'll check the quorum for, I'm here, Councilor Carmel is here, Councilor Principe, Councilor Tang, so committee members are here, and Councilor Salvador is here as well. And then see who is joining us from Council Stevenson. Councilor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councilor Wright.
Hello.
And that's it. Okay. All right. We were, sorry, a couple of protocol items quickly. Councilor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take a moment to welcome a guest in the chamber. I want to welcome Lorianne Lines from the Yellowknives Dene First Nation in the Northwest Territories, visiting City Hall and Council Chamber today. With the evacuation from the wildfire last year, there certainly has been established a lot of connection, friendship, and partnership between our two communities, and just really glad you're here. And that's all, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you. Yeah. And are folks from CMeet here too? No, not yet. It's okay. We had a protocol item on that. We'll wait then. Okay. Okay. Questions. We're carrying on with questions. Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much. Okay, just to pick up on what we were hearing from speakers, I'll start with a high-level question. How are life cycle costs formally integrated into our decision-making framework when we're planning and designing a project? And the reason I'm asking that, I think we heard some dialogue around, high level. We talk about when we'd expect to see payback, but do we do more granular and detailed calculations of that?
So as part of the planning and design, and it's built into the emissions neutral policy, we do a life cycle analysis. The objective, it does absolutely take into account operating requirements, and also it is focused a lot on our carbon emissions. And so the life cycle analysis will look at where are the best investments that we can make to mitigate the risks related to climate change, climate adaptation mainly, and also looking at a reasonable investment to make to reach emissions neutral, which means that if the getting to emissions neutral is cost prohibitive, we would definitely not push the envelope to that point. And so depending on the type of facilities, their locations, there might be exercises that would be that would grow the capital costs to a point where from a life cycle perspective, we don't get the payback, both from a carbon perspective and from an operating perspective. But it is not solely based on the dollar value. It does look at the intent of the policies, which is mostly related to how the facility will contribute to our carbon emissions.
So I appreciate that. What I'm trying to hone in on, and maybe what I'm hearing from you, that policy is very much driving towards emissions reductions, energy efficiency goals, climate goals. Where is there more of a pure operational maintenance cost savings lens applied to that? I'm just reflecting on what we heard from Speaker Komar, for example, talked about the risk of having to retrofit further down the line, and how are those risks mitigated by capital investments at the outset, or how do we think about that when we're doing project delivery and design?
Yeah, so definitely the maintainability and constructability of our facilities is one of the key consideration during planning and design. So we want to make sure that we build things that can be maintained, that are operationally effective and efficient, and that will keep their service in operation, without disruption and requiring investment. So we build our buildings for a 50-year minimum. Our objective is to make them durable, efficient, effective, and that's part of not necessarily policies as much as our standards. And so we have the facility design and construction standards that are built or that are informed by our experiences maintaining and operating the buildings. And so what it does is that it speaks to going to proven technology. We try to avoid the latest and greatest so that we can have things that are safe and that have been tested in other environments. Of course, we are pushing a bit the envelope when it comes to sustainability elements. We are looking at new technologies, but always in a kind of risk mitigating perspective. And so everything that you've heard from the speaker is integrated into our planning and design from that durability perspective.
Okay, and so one of the things that I'm interested in, and I'm wondering if administration would even be able to provide this type of analysis, but when I look at the comparison that was provided in the reports, like it is very much on the capital side with the backdrop of recognition that there are operational savings. Is there a way to provide a more sort of clear-cut comparison that integrates those operational savings?
It is very challenging. A new facility, and this is where, industry might have different experiences, but a new facility might take 3 to 5 years to really establish its baseline of consumption, just because of adapting to the systems, the service adapt to their new facility, things like that. And so while we do energy modeling, we do life cycle analysis, it is all very theoretical. The reality of what a building will consume for energy during its operations will be tested and really, during its life cycle. And so doing that comparison would be very challenging. It could be done on a theoretical basis, but again, would require the support from other municipalities, which may not do the same during their planning and design as we do.
Okay,
thanks.
Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you very much. Appreciate the discussion this morning, and I think the idea of sort of having a base building, as it were, is a really intriguing approach and makes a lot of sense to me. Just so I understand, the current breakdown of the levy for fire halls, does the levy cover 100% of the costs for the fire hall?
Kim, do you want to go?
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Stevenson, the levy across the city, there's about 40% is paid by development and the remainder by the city. But if we look at the contributions per basin, new basins are 100% paid by the development industry. Some basins were already under development, so didn't account, or so there was an account for that in establishing the levy for those neighborhoods.
Oh, okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. So it would move to 100% when it's sort of a brand new basin or benefit area, but right now it's sort of a 40-60 split. Okay. I guess a challenge that I see in setting a base building is my understanding correct that when a levy gets paid, it may be quite a number of years prior to the building itself actually being constructed. Is that the case?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And so if we set a base building that was, the cheapest building that could, not the cheapest, but let's say a pretty straightforward building that meets current code, you could build it tomorrow. If we base our building base on that, won't that put us out of alignment in terms of the actual costs when construction is occurring?
I would say that would be the case. There would be risk for sure.
Okay, so as these conversations continue, because again, I think they're good conversations. I think it's the right track, but will we as a city be taking that approach in terms of looking at a future-focused base building, recognizing the National Building Code and those types of shifts?
Yeah, our current approach with this understanding and then the development levies, $1 we collect today is for a fire station 10 years from now, knowing that an area structure plan might be 10 years out. So obviously, if in that timeline that's in the report, you can just see over the span of 10 years, comparably, how much our design environment has changed, not just municipal policies, which, as I mentioned, we influence and control, but building codes also have gone through, and not just building codes, environmental codes as well. So it's hard to speculate what that might be by the time you actually put a shovel in the ground in 10 years from now, but it would not be the same design environment that we are in today.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds like a tricky thing to sort out, but appreciate that those considerations are going to be part of the conversation. I did have some questions in terms of the fire hall standards. So, something that stood out to me, for example, is the requirement for drive-throughs. Is that a national standard? Like, is that we have many fire halls that aren't drive-through. They seem to be operational and functional. So just wondering where that requirement is coming from, if we have control over of that, or is it imposed through another jurisdiction?
I just want to confirm if...
Do you want me to take that?
Yes, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, Councillor. It's not a national requirement. It's a preference or a best practice, but it's not a fundamental requirement. I think what I would say is, we do have some stations that are not drive-through. The only thing we find, I would say, if we wanted to forego the drive-through, is that we had sufficient space on the apron at the front of the station to allow the fire vehicle to get off the roadway as it backs into the station. Because what we've found with some of our non-drive-through stations is where we don't have that sufficient depth of apron at the front and the vehicle has to go into the roadway, sometimes you can get impatient residents who are not prepared to wait and will drive around the back of the vehicle in between the vehicle and the station, which obviously is a great safety concern. So all we would say is, yes, we're open to the idea of not having drive-through, but make sure that there's sufficient depth at the front of the station to get the vehicle off the roadway so that they can, in slow time, reverse the vehicle into the station.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Lazenby, I'll continue on with you. Chief?
Yep.
Hi there. Just talking about the standards as well, something that I had asked earlier is the staff living quarters. And I understand, historically the need for staff living quarters. Is it a recommendation or is it a requirement? Or can you explain what it is?
It's not a legislated requirement, but I would say it's very much an industry best practice, which is supported by the National Fire Protection Association standard for emergency responder kind of health and safety. There's great research being done around firefighter circadian rhythms and the impacts that it has on firefighters working days and night shifts. I think 37% of firefighters are suggested to have sleep disorders and so on. And what we've seen is, firefighter injuries, disability costs increasing and so on, motor vehicle collisions resulting from, impacted circadian rhythms. Another thing of note as well, an arbitrator in British Columbia delayed his decision on a contract where he was increasing firefighter shifts from 8 hours to a greater duration. And he delayed it on the basis of that fire department needing to renovate their fire station to provide for rest areas. And another thing that we should be very mindful of is an increasing trend across the country is for firefighters to pursue through the collective agreements 24-hour shifts, which very much would determine the need for rest areas. Calgary, for example, has 24-hour shifts. So it's coming to a fire department near us sometime soon, unfortunately. So it is something that's being pursued by firefighter unions, and we need to be very mindful of that because the cost to kind of retrofit a fire station that didn't have rest areas would I think be not the best idea, quite frankly, as well as providing for the health and well-being of our firefighters.
And sorry, you said there's the possibility of 24-hour shifts? Is that?
Not for us right now, but in Ontario, where I came from, that was the predominant shift pattern there. And increasingly we're seeing now in Alberta, like I say, Calgary has it. I was talking to the Okotoks fire chief, their union's pursuing it. I know there's an appetite by some firefighters here in Edmonton to want to explore it, do the research. I don't know that that's the prevalent kind of mindset right now, but it is very much the industry trend nationwide, yes.
Okay, thank you for those answers. I'm going to go to administration now. A question about operating cost. What is operating costs? Like operating costs, do they include staff? Does it include water? Like, I'm not sure. Is it just utilities? Is it just electricity? What are you using to determine operating costs?
All the resources required to be able to activate that facility and provide a service from it. So it's exactly as you described. A lot of the utility costs, the staffing, those are probably the two biggest ones. Trying to think of another one. Maintenance would also be as part of that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the staffing wouldn't have necessarily an impact on the climate
Yeah, you got
of
it.
the building
Exactly.
or climate efficiency of the building.
That's right.
Okay, I think we need another metric that maybe gives us a better understanding of the operating costs that is in relation to the actual climate efficiency of the building as opposed to just blanket operating costs. Is that available or possible to get?
I don't know that we have that breakdown per facility. We probably have to be able to figure that out, but I know in the past, as part of our capital program, and I think the mayor alluded to it, we have evolved our budgeting practices to include operating impacts, but we haven't broken it down into details in terms of, I think we have FTEs and dollars, and that's effectively what we've presented so far with operating impacts.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I would like to see how the operating cost is actually impacted by the energy efficiency of the building. Okay, and then on attachment 3, oh, you know what? I'll just stop myself here. I see I don't have much time left.
Thanks, Councillor Prince. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. So I have a motion to offer. And I think the clerk has it. And that motion is as follows, that the November 27th, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report IIS 02537 and November 27, 2024 Integrated Infrastructure Services Report IIS 02538 be referred back to administration to establish baseline costs for the selected projects outlined in the November 27th, 2024 IIS report IIS 02537 and provide the incremental cost of each cost driver outlined in attachment 2 of the November 27th, 2024 IIS report IIS 02537. So I'll just briefly introduce that. I alluded to this earlier that what I was looking for at least was discrete accounting of how each of the cost drivers increases the cost of a base building or a comparable building. I've made reference in this motion to the projects already offered for comparison purposes, and I think that in those sets of buildings, a reference building or a base building can be identified, and then the individual cost drivers, can be layered on, and some accounting of how each of those drivers has increased the cost from in the exemplar building or from the exemplar building. So that was the kind of thing I was looking for. These are building maintenance costs for sure. Not necessarily the operating costs that would be personnel and the activation of the building, and not the chattels, the furniture, fixtures, equipment that go into it, but the building and what it costs to build that building and the policies that affect that base building construction. I am absolutely amenable to an amendment per Councillor Salvador's comments around trying to layer in the operating cost benefits of some of the additional investments when it comes to some of the climate change and ecological responsibilities pieces. There may be others, appreciating Chief Lazenby's comments about layering on the operation of a fire hall. Drive-through doors might be more efficient or might have some operational benefit, but it comes at a cost. And I think we need to discreetly talk about that. And these are backward looking, these are examples of projects already built, but I think they're informative. I would like to be able to go out to those I represent and say, this is what we understand you, the public, think is a good idea. Be ecologically responsible. This is the effect it has on the cost of a building. And this is the benefit we reap in a life cycle cost, or from a life cycle cost perspective. I think there's a lot of value in that, and it tells a better story.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Councillor Stevenson, then Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. I think you know, there's a lot of merit in this motion. Just to the mover, you spoke about it a bit just towards the very end about this being a retroactive look. Would you want any of this work to help to inform some of those ongoing conversations around levy? Or did you want to kind of have this as a starting point? I take your point that this is a really important communication tool, but just wondering if you wanted to consider it in that context as well.
I'm certainly open to that. I'm trying to confine the conversation to some degree, though, you know, so that we actually get something back in a relatively timely manner. You know, the levy conversation right now is generally on arterial roads, sanitary sewers, and fire halls. That's where we have the offset levies, and those levies that are the levies that support those reserves. So I think a lot of that is understood. It's in the vertical infrastructure, in the building infrastructure, where I think there's less clear understanding of where their dollars go and what they do. Okay. Yeah, no, I think you're right. It makes sense to sort of have maybe a two-step conversation on that. So administration, would this exercise in some way help to inform some of that future conversation as well, do you think?
I think a few of the points that we'd want to be able to clarify is just based on the project list that's provided in the report, there are a number of projects that are not City of Edmonton projects. I presume you're only focusing on City of Edmonton projects?
Well, I'm open to it. I think that there's, even though they're not City of Edmonton projects, there's at least a couple in there that are pretty easily understood. So I'd like to be specific. You know, the fire hall at the airport, it's a pretty rudimentary building. We know what the cost per foot is, that kind of a thing. Using that as a base against the others.
I think based on the level of detail that's being asked to try to layer out some of the things like the climate resilience, you need to have access to the M&E drawings and things like that. There's a lot of detail that I can honestly say in front of this group today, we do not have. I think that's the struggle we've had in doing the report and sharing the very specifics you're requesting, is that we didn't get full cooperation from the municipalities that we reached out to. Largely, I mean, some of the terms are commercial in nature. Some of them could be still under dispute.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
There is a lot of different challenges that lead into our ability to access those kinds of details.
Okay. So I take your point, Mr. Beliefs. So then I guess we would have to restrict it to city projects from that perspective. Yeah.
And as I come to understand the motion, and sorry, Councillor Stevens.
No, this is useful. Yeah, no, it's all good. Go ahead.
What I'd want to be able to understand if we were to undergo an analysis like this is that my understanding it would be the same project, same program, and then layer on the policies. So we can certainly provide some commentary on the type of program and how it might be differently constructed, but the idea is to be able to create an apples to apples comparison. You need to have something held constant.
Yeah.
If all your variables are moving, it's hard to be able to create a proper analysis. We need something to remain static in this analysis.
Yeah.
And sorry, just to add on to that, when we design a project and we incorporate all the policies and elements, we do a design. We don't do a base design and then our design. So what you're asking us to do is go back and do rework baseline from those times to do the comparator to. So I just want that recognition that it would take admin time and we'd have to do that analysis as well.
Yeah, and that
to do this.
Maybe that's, I'm just wondering, would it be a simpler exercise to do a look forward in the sense that, because I think you're right, like you'd have to redesign a base building from 5 to 7 years ago. I'm just wondering if maybe does it make more sense rather than using projects in the past to do that exercise on a move forward basis. So take the minimum requirements for a 2-bay fire hall, cost that out, and then do a design looking at layering in those other components. what's admin's thoughts in terms of which exercise is easiest?
Councillor Stevenson, I think the challenge will be similar because ultimately, as Craig was mentioning, when we do a design, we do it based on all of the policies being integrated into it, and like the climate resilience policies, every decision that we make is related to that policy because it is embedded in every piece of the puzzle. And so to be able to do differential between a design that's done without those policies in place, it really means that we have to do a different design. So doing it in the past or doing it for like Walker Fire Station, for example, which is currently in design, would probably require the same level of effort.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just maybe respond as well, Councillor? I think from our perspective, our functional program was developed in 2018, and I am very curious to sit down with Build and have a conversation, to get their input as, what they view our functional program is and whether there is opportunity there, because, we're very mindful the city's growth has outpaced our, fire station builds, and we want to address that, and we recognise the current financial realities that the city faces, and, we want to come to the table and try and problem solve our way out of this. So if there are opportunities to build more affordable fire stations, we're certainly open to it. We're not just going to come to the table with, cap in hand, wanting more money. We recognise the situation. Okay. So if there is opportunity for others to, take a sober second look at our functional program and look at opportunities for doing it differently, we're all ears. If it's a forward-looking thing, we're all in for it.
Thanks, Chief. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. That was kind of a similar line of questioning. I really like this referral motion just in general. I think we need to get some more of this information, and I recognize it will add work, but I think it's very important in this time. But one of the challenges I face with capital is that, a lot of these policies were created one on top of the other over time, and now here we are in a different fiscal context. But at the same time, we have projects that are progressing. So I think about when you mentioned the one fire hall, but I also think about the one in Athlone, right? And so by the time we have this, if this report comes back and we have this conversation, and let's say we decide to say, yes, we understand that, this policy is important, but the trade-offs we're willing to trade off on these things like the drive-through bay or whatever it is. But those projects will already be designed. And so there's really a hard chance, like there's no chance to actually start to see any cost benefit if there is changes in the near future. So my question out of all of that preamble to administration is there a way with current projects to integrate that thinking in terms of some of those trade-offs as we're designing it, and how would that need to be reflected in this referral?
So, Councillor Rutherford, I can start. We're definitely, and as Chief Lazenby was commenting, we're definitely aware of the challenges, and we want to be delivering the right projects for the city. And so we are taking a second look at the Walker Wellington design. As you know, we are moving ahead with a single design for the 2 fire stations. And we are looking right now, we're at schematic design, and we're taking a look at what would a drive-through or no drive-through look like, and other considerations to the program, so that we have a really good understanding between the operational efficiencies that fire can have and the capital costs, what is the proper way forward. Now, that does add time to our planning, but it is the right time to do it. As Jason mentioned earlier, changes afterwards are much more costly. So we are with that thinking in mind. So when it comes to what the motion that's in front of us, we could refer to this particular example. It does leave the challenge of that baseline that we would have to set, but we could be in a position to come back to committee with the examples when we reach checkpoint 3 on that particular design of a fire station.
Or I guess this leads to a bigger question, and it's like, so for example, how do we get, I really liked when we were doing the budget debate and the cost escalations with Lewis Farms, and IIS came back and said, this additional pool, this additional rink, this additional whatever it was, like, is going to cost X million. Do you council want this or not? Is there discrete components of any of our current capital growth projects that can have that same thing? Because I think we are at a point, and I really take Bill's comment about we are seeing rapid growth. So if we could build 2 fire halls or 1.5 fire halls for the cost of 1, that's a big turnaround. That allows us a lot more room to grow. So that's just what I'm trying to get at. And I don't know, maybe to the mover, if my line of questioning is making any sense, or if you see that as your intent too with this motion, or yeah.
And maybe I'll just jump in there, Councillor Rutherford. That's exactly what we want to do. We want to get more out of the budget than currently is the case. And if we can get 2 or 1.5, we're all on board for it.
Chief, I'm going to go to Councillor Cartmel to clearly understand Councillor Rutherford's question and if that's your intent.
So if I understand Councillor Rutherford's question correctly, we were offered effectively options with incremental costs when we were considering those scope changes to Lewis Farms. And I think that's kind of what I'm after. You're just about out of time, so I would cover that in closing. But I have some comments around that, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe ask me another question, I don't know.
Okay, sounds good. I'll come back.
Thanks. So I'm going to go next, right? Say take Kathleen Andrew Garage, right? You say, this is what is required to store this many buses, right? That's the kind of basic thing that you need to build, right? Can you not go back and say, okay, this is what was required, then we added on, what was required by design standards or environmental sustainability features, other features, and give us the breakdown? Is that possible?
So, Mayor Sohi, the reality is that we don't add elements to meet the policies. They're really intricately kind of based in the design choices that we make.
So the policies drive the design, so you don't know.
Well, the policies drive design choices that are made, absolutely, because like the sustainable building policy is the one I'll go back to, because it drives the choices that we make related to the type of mechanical systems, heating systems that we put in.
Yeah.
We don't design a facility with boilers if we're going to do a geothermal field.
Yeah.
And so that's where the challenge is, to say that we have a design and then we layer on to achieve our policies.
So can you not say, for example, there were no policies? You just needed to build a storage facility to store 100 buses, right? Then you layer policy requirements on top of all of those things, whatever else, right?
And
Can you
maybe
not give that a breakdown?
I get what you're saying. So I think what we're all trying to say is, I mean, we have basic unit prices for different elements. We could do an estimate, an approximation, but we don't have a detailed design comparator. So I just caution you on how apples to apples you'll get, and we'll have to make a lot of assumption, but we could try and bring something back within
Was that, it's kind of your intent, Tim, right?
So, Mayor Sohi, I've done this.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be a jerk, but if it were me, okay, I don't know exactly what happened in Leduc, but we've got a fire hall that's, 6 or 7 years old. So I know what a quote-unquote standard HVAC system would be like. I know what a quote-unquote plumbing system would be like. I know what it means to the structure when you build it for a post-disaster condition versus just a normal condition. And you can do a spreadsheet analysis that says this is what we have. There's a few assumptions based into what a base building looks like, and then these are the increments. And you can then take those increments. Okay, we're not putting in a chiller, we're not putting in an air conditioner, we're not putting in a heater or a boiler, but we are still putting in an exchanger. We still have a duct system. We still have a fan that blows air around. Those things add up. They add up to this. It used to add up to that. This new stuff also has the added benefit of less energy consumption, which has an estimated return on investment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is, I understand it's not going to meet precision,
Yeah.
but it's in the
Giving
perfect
you
is the
the-
enemy
yeah.
of good here. We're going to get close enough to, and whether we, let's pick a number. The increment on environmental investment and environmental stewardship is a 15% premium on the cost. Well, maybe it's 14.8 and maybe it's 15.3. 15 is close enough, if that's the number, that we can go out to people and say, is it worth it?
Yeah. Isn't that doable? Like,
Yeah, we were just talking. That is doable. We
Yeah.
will do our best and we will state our assumptions for context for council if
Yeah.
you'd like to move forward. And if you want to get discrete on a specific, like if you are really more focused on fire halls from these attachments, then we can do a bit better review versus the more we do, the more we're going to have to make assumption with reasonable resource time to bring
yeah,
it
like
back
this,
for you.
you know, it's like this is basic. Then these are the add-ons based on policy, right? That gives a good sense on that cost incrementals. Then we said, okay, well, this is justified or not justified, right? That's a value-based decision that, you know, we can actually communicate to Edmontonians and say, okay, yeah, there's a cost of environmental sustainability for, say, 5%, but here's the benefits of that for the long term for cost savings on operations and maintenance.
Yeah, and I think don't take our questions as defensiveness. We're really about trying to set
Yeah.
expectations about the work.
Yes, yeah, that's fine,
As,
and that's
as heard
clear.
from some of the speakers, there's an interest in getting the very detailed analysis, and perfection, as you described, may not be achieved. And I think that's when you're dealing with a theoretical exercise where you're trying to compare something that is tangibly constructed versus something that wasn't.
Yeah, and
There's going to be a level of
I think we're in this together. Like, you want to get to the same answers to questions, answer those same questions as well, right?
And we had 3 months to pull this together. I understand it was perhaps didn't meet expectations to the level of degree of all the stakeholders.
Yeah.
That's noted and heard for sure. I think, and to Craig's point, if we had a long list that we were going through, we would go that deep.
Yeah.
Sorry if you can't see my hands. If you gave us one project or two, we
You'll
could go
go
deeper.
Very deeper. So
And
maybe
we could
pick
do
a
more
couple of
detail.
projects, right?
Yeah.
Pick a couple of projects, dig deep as geothermal, right? Okay, all right, I'm out of time, and Council Salvador, then Council Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks so much. I am keenly interested in seeing that operational piece incorporated, at least to some degree. I'm just wondering if that might be not on committee, but if there might be interest in a friendly amendment to that effect. Something, I mean, I'm looking at the wording here for bullet 2, maybe provide the incremental cost and expected operational efficiencies associated with each cost driver, so that we get both sides of that conversation. And maybe to the mover, would that be friendly?
That's friendly, but I think Councillor Tang might have an amendment to piece it all together.
That makes sense.
How about provide incremental cost and benefit?
That's a bit more than that.
It's potentially. I'll put some suggested wording in the chat for what I'm thinking, but again, defer to committee and their expertise. But I think that's just important to have that inserted into the conversation too.
Got it. Councillor Tang.
Okay, well, I was going to put that forward to have that wording ready.
You have it?
Or is, if the, kind of what was mentioned around established baseline, and then just add after that operational and capital costs for the selected projects outlined in the November 27th. So that's the first bullet. And the second one, add after incremental cost and expected operational efficiencies associated with each cost driver. Is that friendly? Okay.
That's friendly.
Are you friendly? No, it's so to add after baseline, in the first bullet, after baseline cost, establish baseline operational and capital costs, so distinguish those pieces. And then the second bullet, after provide the incremental cost, we're going to add and the expected operational efficiencies associated with each. Okay, yeah.
So that's friendly? Good. Okay, good. And so the clerk will add that. Any questions, Karen?
No, I'm ready to speak. I'm very keenly aware of
there's
the
questions
agenda.
from Councillor Rutherford. So, yeah.
Sure.
Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. I won't be super long. Just trying to circle back to, I guess, administration. I don't think, for me, what I'm looking for, and I think the 132 Ave inquiry in the memo that we got back, I think about even the report on neighborhood renewal where it said, these growth items are this percentage, these active transportation network improvements are approximately this percentage of the budget, because I know every neighborhood is unique. And so I'm sort of seeing that tension. Is that what, I guess I'm going to go to the mover first. Is that what you're kind of looking for too? I don't know if you read the 132 Ave memo that talked about operational costs, and then the breakdown of what it would have been like to do it like for like, and then what the final design costs were.
Yeah, in general terms, yeah, it's more or less what I'm looking for. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so I just think maybe that might provide some ease to administration, knowing for me that they've done that before and they've done a good job on it in other contexts. That's my only question.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so we concluded this. Now to speak. Okay. Councillor Tang, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess just very quickly, I actually have quite a number of questions on both of these items, but just given the agenda, I'm very aware we have guests waiting since the morning. So I just, I will say we have so many capital related reports in this item, and at first I wasn't sure how, what's the path forward given this information, and I think this is a good resolution on that, and with the amendments. Something, I just to flag for also colleagues that something I'm interested in is beyond just, the list of policies and regulations accumulated over the years and how do you tease that out. I also wonder about our approach to deliver, various infrastructure projects, and therefore, appreciate the input from administration and from Councillor Carmel. I am prepared to put forward a motion that kind of explores also the approach overall of how we deliver these capital projects, which I think will complement perhaps some of the information you might come forward with. So that's I guess the one thing I wanted to say, and I know there has been a huge emphasis on the climate resilience piece throughout today's conversation. That's one policy out of a whole attachment of them. I want to share the example with my colleagues of, a facility in my ward this past summer, which was delivered under the previous iteration of sustainability, and, without, a ton of details. I see the challenge with when facilities like that experience extreme heat, for example, and certain components fail to work, and then afterwards the operating and maintenance costs can also accumulate. And now, the folks who are running that facility are considering a climate resilience policy themselves. And, and I have inquired, what would it even look like if we theoretically wanted to say retrofit this to today's standards, and that number is also significantly higher. So I think there is benefit. I think there is a business case for our climate resilience piece, but I also do agree that we need to kind of get more folks together in the same room and talk. And I think, there's comments that were made today that, I don't know is entirely fair, and I don't believe that we cannot come to a common vision of the outcomes we're trying to achieve without compromising the objectives that we want to see happen when it comes to city building. So I just want to share that example, and thank you for the mover for this referral motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, just briefly wanted to say I think this referral motion is a really positive one and will help us understand and help Edmontonians to understand what they're getting for the investments that they're making. I really appreciated hearing from all speakers, the strong commitment to climate, climate adapted and mitigating buildings. I think that's critically important. I also think that it's really important that we continue to think about that holistic cost and value to taxpayers. That long-term vision, the consideration of not only operating costs, but long-term repair and retrofitting costs are really important considerations in the responsible stewardship of tax dollars. So I appreciate the amendments that were brought forward. I think that makes this a much more complete conversation. I also just want to take a moment to speak to the importance of high quality design. I do think that our public buildings should be uplifting and beautiful for the people of Edmonton and for generations to come. I think there are absolutely opportunities to do that in a way that doesn't have to cost significantly more. But I hope it's very clear that this is not, to use a controversial word, but a value engineering proposition. This isn't about a race to the bottom, but rather about removing what doesn't add value and keeping what does add value. And again, I think design is a really strong piece of that. So I look forward to this analysis. I think that will inform some really important conversations moving forward, and I want to thank the team for their work on this.
Thank you. I think this is a good direction. So thank you, Councillor Cardinal, on kind of digging into this for the last number of years. I think we're kind of getting to in that at least some in a good way. We're moving forward. I really appreciate the administration and their work and really openness and willingness to entertain these questions and try to answer these questions, and really be very open to why we need to change things the way we have been doing in the past. We really appreciate that. I think this motion will allow us to have good information, because when we don't have good information, inaccurate information actually leads to kind of suspicious and distrust, right? People start saying, why are you spending this much money? I don't know the value. I think it's very important that we need to have accurate information in that. I think it will also help us demonstrate value for the money. For example, Edmontonians deeply care about environmental sustainability. That's I hear everywhere I go, people say, we want you to take environmental responsibility seriously. So if you can say spending 5% here in this project, help you reduce emissions, but also save you tons of money in the operations and the maintenance. That's a win-win situation, right? I think that information is not there yet, right? We understand at a high level, but having that information will be very good. People deeply care about accessibility into the buildings, right? Both from equity point of view, but also from a physical access to those buildings. And that may cost a little bit of money, but we can actually demonstrate, this is what you will get for investing this in the upfront. When I was in council, in my role as a councillor, I pushed really hard. Jason, I look at this room, I go back to my 2007 days, I see probably no one from those days. I know, Jason, you were here then not, right? So I think it's important that we look at life cycle cost analysis of all this infrastructure. Because building a home is important, but running it at home for the life of the home is important, and how much it's going to cost. So I look forward to this conversation actually, and also conversation at our next council meeting about the creation of the infrastructure committee. Yeah, good. Thank you. With that, I'm going to Councillor Cardinal to close.
Great, thank you. I'll just pick up there from Mayor Sohi's comments. We should consider the life cycle costing. There's a whole school about life cycle costing. There's Alberta municipalities puts on those classes and those tests about not overemphasizing the initial investment, but understanding the costs over time of particular investments. That's great until you look at how we budget. We don't budget on life cycle costing. We do the initial investment on debt, and the debt service becomes an operating cost for 25 years, and then there's other costs layered on for 75 years. And so, you know, I would love to find a way to crack that nut. And it might be, you know, the way in which we do utilities. It might be in rate filings where, you know, a particular rate, you know, we just went through this a few weeks ago with EPCOR. They come to us and tell us this is what it's going to cost you per month for your water services. That is effectively a 4-year life cycle costing exercise, right? So I mean, if we want to start, and we're certainly not going to do it by next Monday, but if we want to talk about how we change our budgeting to adapt to these things, that's great. But that's not how our system works right now, and it's not how people's own financial systems work right now. One of the reasons I went through the exercise of the solar panels, and I'm not just trying to pump my own tires here, but was to understand how hard that is to navigate. And, you know, when you go through that, you know, you do a review, and then you get a number of suggestions, and, you know, you can, you know, make your house airtight, you can improve the windows, you can add insulation, you can, you know, there's a number of things you can do, but there's also, you know, an economic analysis that's done about what you will save on your energy bill if you make these investments. And, you know, on my house, replacing the windows was a 200-year return on investment. Well, as much as I would rather not emit any more than I have to, 200-year return is 5 generations from now on a house that won't even be here. You know, we have to think in some of those terms as well. And we need to be able to communicate to the people we represent in those terms as well. You know, there's been a number of examples this year where it's been hard to provide that information. How is it better? You know, I don't want to delay this too long, but I look at when we talk about waste management. Do you want to divert material from the landfill? Yeah. Do you want to do it if your bill goes up 10 times? Well, I want to think about that. And we don't provide the opportunity to think about that as often as we should. So there's a number of stories here. I think a lot of them will be good stories. A lot of them will be in the world of trade-offs. But we can't have that conversation and tell those stories until we have the pertinent information that allows us to do so. So I really hope that we can get to that point where we get, you know, concisely reported but pretty detailed information on the choices that we're making when we talk about what we're building for the people that we represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Mayor, you do need a due date for this motion.
What is the regular due? 13?
Standard is 13 weeks.
Yeah.
I would offer that the timeline is directly related to the number of facilities you want analyzed. So if based on the list and the motion that's crafted, as I mentioned, if this was just simply focused on fire halls and a couple, we do have some work that we can pick up and deliver fairly quickly. So if you trust us to kind of work through understanding what the selected projects are, we will come back with something shorter than probably Q3.
Okay.
But if you want more, then we need more time.
So let's design the budget, and you know, so come back with what you can in Q2. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. Please vote.
We have a vote.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. What we should do, sorry?
Well, if I can make a point of order.
Yeah.
I understand the speaker register on 711 is actually here for 77.
Oh, okay, just hold on. So speaker on 711 is here for 77. Okay, so we'll move that.
And so if there's no questions, I'm happy to bring 711 forward so we can vote on that.
Good, let's do that.
Okay, I'll move that, we bring that forward.
Okay, please vote. It's a committee, we can bring it forward without voting, right?
Okay.
Nancy?
A motion is cleaner.
Okay, well, let's vote then. Our rules are so hard.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, go ahead, Councillor. It's carried.
Okay, can I just go ahead and do the recommendation that it be given the appropriate readings?
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if we need anything from administration.
No.
Okay, so moved.
Okay, so moved. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that deals with 711?
It does.
Okay, then what I suggest is that we, okay. So we dealt with 7.1, requisite 7.1. We dealt with 7.2, 7.3. And we have 7.4 remaining, 7.5 remaining, and 7.6. I suggest that we go to 7.7, hear from the members of the public, and then make a decision on that, whether we want to deal with here today or next executive committee or refer to requisite to council for further conversation. So
I can bring
that. There are additional speakers too as well.
Or do you want me to add the speakers or?
Yeah, just add the speakers now, then we will bring it forward.
Okay.
Either order is fine, but we do need to do both, yes.
I'd like to move that the committee hear from the following additional speakers on 7.7, Mary Ann Roa in person, Ryan Andrews, Landrix Developers remote, MG Belcourt Moses remote, and Srila Chakrabarti, South Thousand Faces Festival Association remote.
Okay, great. So please vote to hear from additional speakers. Nancy, you can also give me the new list, please.
Just waiting for one vote. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now bring it forward.
And I'll move to bring that item forward.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, we'll go to administration for a presentation on 7.7, Edmonton Community Development Company update.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sophia and members of Executive Committee. No presentation today, just some opening remarks. I'm Chris Hodgson. As you're aware, I have the pleasure of leading your real estate team. I'm joined today by Bartosz Jarotsky, our Director of Property Acquisitions, Judy Smith, representing our Social Development branch, and Kim Thurston from our Legal Services branch are joining online. The report before you summarizes ongoing discussions between the City Administration and Edmonton Community Development Company, or ECDC, regarding a parcel of land in Alberta Avenue. This land was transferred from the City to ECDC in 2018 with a buyback option agreement that mandates development to begin by July 2028. ECDC has expressed concerns that the current terms of this agreement hinder their ability to proceed with redevelopment. Today, ECDC will share their perspective on a proposed amendment to the agreement and how this change would support their goals and objectives. Due to ECDC's operational independence and the history of the proposed Arts Common development on this site, administration has opted to bring this matter directly to committee for consideration and guidance, while also providing an opportunity for community members to engage directly with ECDC. The report itself does not include a recommendation from administration. We're prepared to act in accordance with committee's direction. If the report is received for information only, no changes will be made to the existing agreement. However, if Executive Committee supports ECDC's proposed amendments or any variation thereof, a motion will be required. A draft motion has been included in the report, which administration is open to revising or amending based on the discussion today and the committee's preferences. Thank you, and we're available to answer any questions that you may have following registered speakers.
Great, thank you very much. I'll just take over chair role while Mayor Sohi is away for a bit. So then we'll now invite the speakers to come down. We'll start with Brooks Hanowich, your speaker number 1 over there. Lori Scott, speaker number 2. Eric Estrada, speaker number 3. David Plamondon, you're remote. You'll be speaker number 4. Jesus Gonzalez, remote, you'll be number 5. Let's pause for a second. So Brooks, you're number 1. Lori, you're number 2. Eric, you're number 3. Christy Morin, you'll be speaker number 6 in the second row there. Ellen Bolstad, you're speaker number 7. Mark Henderson, you'll be number 8. Ada McBride, oh, you're remote. You'll be number 9. Julian Mang, you're number 10, remote. So speakers are on this side of the room, on the other side of the room. Yes. Edwin Shale. Is Edwin here? Oh, you'll be speaker number 11, which is, thank you, it's on the 3rd row. Randy Ritz. Is Randy here? You're number 12. Diane Davis, who's remote. You'll be number 13. And we have Marianne Roa. Marianne, are you here? You'll be number 14. Ryan Andrews, remote. You're number 15. MJ Belcour Moses, you're remote, you'll be number 16. And Srila Chakrabarti, you will be number 17, remote. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. William? Oh, Vanderveld. We'll put you in seat number 15, but you will be speaker number 18. Sorry. Apologies. Getting different papers around here. And I recognize not everyone was here this morning when Mayor Sohi read the public speaker protocol, so I'll just repeat that for everyone's benefit and for those online. So for this item, administration has provided some opening remarks. You'll be speaking next after me. You'll be hearing panels. This is one large panel, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in council chamber. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, then yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and then flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask you questions of you or other panel members. So for this reason, please do remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking and refrain from using the raise hand function as it creates issues of fairness and decorum. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please do reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat, which we've already done. And in the event of emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. I don't think this was it, but in any case, we look forward to your presentation. So we'll start with speaker number 1, Brooks. Please turn on your microphone.
Good afternoon, committee members, councillor members. Thank you for having me today and the opportunity to speak. I'm currently the interim executive director of the Edmonton Community Development Company and here to discuss a critical issue affecting the future of the property we've held since 2017, When we acquired the 118th Ave property 6 years ago, it was envisioned as an Arts Common project, a bold initiative with an initial $4 million investment, of which $3.3 million has been returned to the city. While this project has seen several iterations and changes in scale, including a number of community consultations, we've come to realize the need for greater flexibility to fully meet the evolving needs of the community and area. At the heart of this request is the postponement clause. Currently, the city's interest in the land set up through this clause ensures the ability to force repurchase. While this safeguards the city's position, it inadvertently creates barriers for lenders, as no financing institution is willing to work with the land under these terms. To move forward, we are requesting an expansion of the postponement clause that allows mortgage interests to take priority. The adjustment does not require the city to relinquish its interest or oversight. Rather, it ensures that other types of projects beyond Arts Common can move forward, creating opportunities for developments that align with community needs and aspirations. This is not to say that we'll cease focusing on the arts community, just that we're able to envision projects that can be more mixed and varied. Community engagement and direction is still of primary importance. Over our ownership, ECDC has contributed significant dollars in property taxes. We've also engaged with stakeholders, noting interest in using the land for purposes such as public spaces, small-scale commercial initiatives, and other projects that enhance community well-being. Expanding the postponement clause will unlock the potential to bring these ideas to life. As for ECDC, we are entering a new phase. We are working to refine our vision and strategy. We're wrapping up current projects such as Project 10, our derelict housing project, and recently held an in-depth process to map the local community economic development ecosystem. This mapping session included 20 organizations and stakeholders, including a number of BIA representatives and city staff members. This process has highlighted gaps and opportunities in the ecosystem, laying a foundation for our future direction. A focused visioning session with shareholders and stakeholders on December 9th will guide our 2025 strategy and governance updates. In summary, expanding the postponement clause is a practical solution that balances the city's protections with the flexibility needed to serve the community. We are committed to working with the city and local stakeholders to realize the full potential of this land. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next, Laurie Scott.
Mr. Mayor and City Councilors, thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Laurie Scott, and I'm here as a director of the Edmonton Community Development Company, or ECDC. We are a nonprofit organization set up by the City of Edmonton in 2016 and commenced operations in 2017. ECDC was formed with the goal of fostering affordable housing, local businesses, enhancement of employment opportunities, and support of social programs. I was one of the original directors. It has been a disappointment to the board and me that we have been unable to get a project moving forward on this site. The 118th Avenue project was allocated to ECDC soon after our operations commenced. A city grant of $4 million was allocated for the project, and ECDC spent 6 years spending staff and board resources and funds to get the project going on this site. We worked for much of that time with a community group called AOTA, or Arts on the Avenue. There were several designs put forward, all of which required significant funding. The financial review showed there were simply not enough resources to fund construction or the operating costs for the designs as proposed. In early 2023, the ECDC determined the project proposed for the site was not viable at any scale, requiring significant additional grants. The city, province, and federal government declined multiple requests for grant funding at any level over those years. ECDC worked on a scaled-down version for the site and sent a proposal to the City of Edmonton with our means that we still had the majority of the $4 million that had originally been given for the site. That request went to the City Council on July 4th, 2023 for approval. Council went in camera at that session and turned down the application. Following that council meeting, City demanded the immediate return of the $4 million grant for the project. ECDC responded that there was currently $3.3 million of the grant money still available and returned those funds to the city. The remaining funds were previously expended for planning and design costs with third-party contractors. City administration is still seeking the return of the majority of those funds, which are simply not available without selling the site. From our perspective, we need to broaden our approach on what we can do with these lands. There may be other uses that would be acceptable to the community and the city. The original agreements for the site do not allow for alternative land uses. They need to be canceled or rewritten. If we are not able to amend or cancel the agreement, we would like to discuss moving the title back to the city immediately, and they can proceed without the CDC. The project is not marketable at this time due to the buyback caveat. We have wondered from the incorporation of ECDC why the administration was not more amenable to working together as it relates to our projects. Discussion of specific site serviceability, planning, zoning, and numerous other issues have not been discussed with ECDC. The lack of support from the city has left us operating from a poor position. These details can be worked out by using a collaborative approach and would have resulted in a different outcome than where we are today. ECDC and the city together would have made this project work, or we would have moved in a different direction. There's always a use for service sites, and we need to be able to change direction with the market, the economy, and the desires of the city. There is a way forward for this site to be of value to the city and the community. We are here today seeking city approval to amend or cancel the agreements for the 118th Avenue property. We are in an untenable position on this site. We are a nonprofit funded by the City of Edmonton and other charitable nonprofit organizations. We are unable to pay funds that have been already expended. The options are to remove the restrictions on the site and let us sell the property, or take it back in satisfaction of our obligations and move forward with the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. We'll go next to Eric Estrada, please. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, members of the Executive Committee and other members of Council, to joining us for joining this conversation. My name is Eric Estrada. I am an engaged neighbor on Alberta Avenue, and I am a member of many organizations around. But today I am here as a concerned citizen, and I'm lucky to have members of our other organizations representing those views. I want to raise a couple concerns after reviewing and taking the time to review the whole information that is publicly available, meetings, reports, and even watching the video from previous meetings on this project. I have concerns about the lack of accountability and transparency on what in 2008 was promised to be a cornerstone for change on Alberta Avenue. According to administration report CR 565 presented in 2013, this project was started by a group of engaged neighbors and business owners, leading a grassroots organizations in partnership with organization that had proven record to develop and manage art space. The project was approved and funded by City Council on April 15, 2014. Up to that point, everything was looking great for the avenue. 6 years of hard work had paid off for community, but everything went silent. There were several years with nothing. I am generally optimistic, and I believe that there was no malicious intent, but just a misalignment of administration priorities, timelines that got on the way for transferring the original project to the original partners of the city. However, my optimistic point of view on the administration of this project got diminished after reading the report CS 01007 on the project from 2022. What happened with the project between 2014 and 2017? There were 3 years from council approving the project and the funding created and allocated to ECDC. Another 5 years from 2017 to 2022 for administration to report back on the progress. By 2022 report, many critical decisions were made that were outside of the public records and without explicit support of the original partners involved in this original project. It was not clear how ECDC was chosen to take the Arts Common Joint Venture, as it was referred in 2014 council meeting in the item 6.9. Another alarming note on that report is that the first paragraph on page 5, it states that ECDC was able to anticipate taking ownership of the land for the project and purchase 5 lots behind and adjacent to the project land. When a newly formed organization with a proven record is able to anticipate taking these kind of projects and resources without transparent process to inform and involve the community around it, public administration of resources is in danger of losing its credibility. Back then, when that report was presented, councilors were asking about a comprehensive presentation, which today we didn't even have. This project precedes the ECDC formation, and what is my time? I wanted to acknowledge too that all of this has been 17 years. None of us, many of the people that are here today in front of you were not part of those conversations, but we share and still care a lot about what can happen in the avenue. And I think now you have renewed enthusiastic neighbors and community leaders here today because we all want to see Alberta Avenue succeed and become the place that was promised. There were a lot of things happening between when the originally envisioned project and today, but I think today's executive committee has the responsibility to acknowledge all of these mistakes and do right for the avenue and make sure it is our time to flourish and allocate the resources, time, and commitment to make the cornerstone for the change on the avenue that was promised almost 2 decades ago. I will be open for questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Eric. Next, we'll go to David Plamondon, Alberta Avenue Business Association.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sohi, and I appreciate the time to present to the Executive Council and council members. So my name is David Plamondon. I'm the owner and team guide for Pimento Games on Alberta Avenue. I'm also currently sitting as the Executive Chair for the Alberta Avenue Business Association. I'll be speaking on behalf of the association. The Alberta Avenue Business Association has had numerous conversations both with ECDC and via our executive director, and we are in full support of a development in the land that's going to bring more vibrancy to Alberta Avenue. But as echoed with some of the other concerns we have, we recognize the challenges of being able to develop a arts development on that land and the historical challenges therein. So while we are in full support of more arts vibrancy on the avenue, our priority is ensuring that there is something developed on that land in a very swift timeline that's going to serve the avenue, the businesses and the community members there. We also ask that we're engaged in the conversation so that we can weigh in as business members and as community members on what sort of development is going to best serve the avenue and its inhabitants. Our primary goal as a business improvement association right now is to increase density in the district. As I'm sure many of the councillors know, Alberta Avenue has the lowest rate of unoccupied businesses. And so for us, it's a pain point to have undeveloped land that doesn't have the opportunity to attract more robust businesses, arts, or residential communities into the area. So our ask specifically is, as this project goes forward, that we be consulted and engaged with so that we can provide our expertise on what the avenue needs and so that we can be part of the conversation to avoid any future challenges or any sort of businesses that are going to negatively impact our community. I'll also say, just as an aside, as an Indigenous person, I think there is an opportunity for the city to engage with Indigenous communities on how they would like to see that land developed. I know there's been numerous discussions on housing projects and some discussions around urban reserves. I don't think the land is big enough for something that's going to be meaningful, but I think having engagement with Indigenous partners, either through the Indigenous Relations Office or directly with Indigenous Nation members, would be very valuable for the city to consider.
Thank you. Thank you so much, David, and thank you for that suggestion. We will next go to Jesus Gonzalez. Joining remotely. Jesus Gonzalez. Nope. How about Christy Moore? Please go ahead. Your mic.
you hear me now?
No. Is there a button on the bottom of the mic? Take the lapel of the microphone and see what
Let's take this off. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us come, and hello to my colleagues down beneath and virtual. It's great to see everybody here at the table today. I think it shows our deep need for this piece of land to be developed. I went all the way back, so I brought binders, and I brought the old the old school stuff that's all coiled, and I went reading, and it was a great trip down memory lane as I began to see how council was so committed to this piece of land as being a game changer project, and the arts being the leverage that would be able to do it. When I went back to January of 2007, the Arts Common backgrounder from CR 646 Attachment 3, which is a long time, Mayor. It was the old mayor had contacted Edmonton Arts Council to share the vision of using the vacant former Alberta Cycle Building, address 9131 118 Ave, as an arts hub. Invested arts organizations and were invited to the building for viewing. Arts on the Ave Edmonton Society showed interest in the space. Other arts groups were not convinced that the area was safe and were concerned about the neighborhood, but Arts on the Ave was very committed. So that's the beginning of how we all started with this building. It was an actual building. After time and revitalization began with the building with Arts on the Ave as principal partner, it began to self-implode. It had to come and tear down the building, and it was really advantageous to keep it as a grassy space because that space has been places for Indigenous to gather, for communities to gather, for festivals to happen, and to see some vibrancy in a park space. But it's not the end result that we wanted. And so when we began this, Arts Habitat had just begun, I think with one staff, and then their project load became huge. And this project was not one of the big projects on their table, but one of their projects, and continued on building. And we saw a lot of iterations, and then it was asked by ECDC. At that time, again, they were just beginning, like Lori said, to form a board. I don't think even the board was even created. And we were asked, would we be willing to see us as partners move over to another organization, who again was sort of a startup. And so we said, yeah, okay, we'll move over there, and trusted the process. And after a lot of time, we realized that this vibrancy of a community space, a social enterprise arts coffee house, having the arts really drive, having live workspaces, the Sarah McLachlan School of Music, there was just some integral pieces that were not congruent amongst the team. And so we've heard again and again, this isn't feasible. And it was a larger project because there was land that was purchased just to the west of us that was going to be part of the project. And then it was, no, we need to keep that as a phase 3 and go back to, building it differently. And so we've been very committed as Arts on the Ave. And we want to see this space developed as much as all the other partners and speakers that have been here. What we want to ask today is that Arts on the Ave actually lead this project, that we would come in as the lead, and that we would come and do a year consultation with the stakeholders, just like Eric was asking, to bring everyone back to the table, to hire a consultant to be able to do that with us, and be able to build from there. We know that this is something that's come from the members of our community and are committed to continuing, and we're not leaving. And we're here for the long game. And we know that there's ways to be able to do this in creative ways, and we have some speakers that are coming to speak to us about that. Thank you.
Okay, next we go to Alan Bolstead.
Well, hello everyone, once again. Seem to be coming back here a little more than I anticipated, but it's always a pleasure. Now, I'm here again representing Alberta Avenue Community League as their civics director. And I just wanted to mention that Alberta Avenue Community League has been very supportive of this project from the beginning, particularly with the original vision of the project, that it was to be a key arts facility that would further entrench the development of the arts community in this area and provide a significant facility that would attract people from around the city to this district. Something different, something unique, something positive for the avenue. the Community League has been really impressed with the involvement of the arts community in this area. Whether it's the festivals that are just been hugely successful, whether it's the Carrot Coffee House, the Nina Haggerty showcase or gallery, etc., the Habitat facility. Those have been game changers for the community that have been really positive. And the community saw this development as a way to further entrench the involvement of the arts community in this part of the city. We didn't know that that there was plans to remove the arts component from this project until yesterday, so nobody told us anything about this change. And we find that kind of alarming, both that we weren't involved in any decision making on this or any consultation on this, but that the original concept seems to be drifting away. And so that's the main concern we wanted to express today, that we'd hate to see that concept lost, that key part of the project, the arts part of the project, lost. And I want to ensure that that doesn't happen, that there be further consultations with everyone to see what changes might be made to make it more feasible, but let's try to stick to the original vision as closely as possible. And that's really what the Community League has to say about it. Thank you very much for your time on that.
Thank you so much. Before I go to our next speaker, I do want to acknowledge some of the guests that are not guests, right? Some of our employees and the team members are visiting us. So I would like to welcome representatives from City Manager's Employee Engagement Team to Chamber Hall here. City Manager's Employee Engagement Team is an advisory body to the City Manager. They are staff who deliver a variety of services across the organization, and they bring diverse perspectives about the work of the city. While they all have different jobs, they share a commitment to great workplaces and clear communication with leaders. When Eddie accepted the position of interim city manager, he said that the advice provided by the CMEET team helped shape his leadership approach. Some of the topics they tackle as a team include mental health, workplace culture, and work prioritization. Through our commitments to serving Edmontonians, through your commitment to serving Edmontonians and your fellow employees, I have heard from Eddie that you demonstrate the best of our organization. You are thoughtful, creative, and courageous. As the city manager advises City Council is grateful that he has you to advise him. With that, on behalf of City Council, thank you so much for your service. Stick around? Or are you going to, go on and give more advice to Eddie, right, for next week? Tell him if he can chop off another. I wouldn't say 6.8%. Take care. Bye. Okay. All right. Next we go to Mark Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and members of council. I am Mark Henderson. I'm the artistic director of Theatre Prospero, an Alberta Avenue theatre company specializing in producing mythic and poetic theatre reflecting our diverse society, such as our recent Anthem of Life Part 1 by Edmonton playwright Tololwo Molel, an adaptation of a Zulu epic by South African poet laureate Masisi Kunene. Over the years, and we ran that on Alberta Avenue, of course. Over the years, we have brought many thousands of people to Alberta Avenue to enjoy the works of Edmonton theatre artists. It started in 2006 when we were looking for an office, an affordable place where we could put on our plays as well. We heard of an arts hub coming up on 118th Avenue that the city was supporting. My associate Randall Fraser, artistic director of the National Stilt Walkers of Canada, who also needed space, headed up with me to have a look. We met Christy Morin, a neighborhood theatre artist. With other arts and community-minded members, we formed Arts on the Ave.
Then there was a heady swirl of enthused activity surging in the following few years. Festivals were born, bringing scores of artists from all disciplines to perform in found spaces for hundreds and thousands of people at a time, including at the old Alberta Cycle Building, which had been on the lot in question. Visual arts, poetry, dance, theatre, and music mingled in beautiful measures. Theatre Prospero presented Blood Opera, the Raven Tango poems, bringing together the work of Edmonton poet Janny Edwards, choreographer Kathy Ochoa, and Edmonton theatre artists in an open space that used to sell motorcycles. It was great. A makeshift theatre was then built in the back, in the garage. We performed Jennifer Spencer's, Edmonton playwright Jennifer Spencer's Maggie Now, heartily acclaimed by Todd Babiak, and at an Irish theatre festival born there in 2010 with 4 other Irish plays featuring Edmonton artists who never got to be in Irish plays since they were in school, but suddenly they did. We got to know many artists which we collaborated with over the years in these festivals. Meanwhile, Kaleido grew, Deep Freeze grew. Theatre Prospero brought thousands of students to the community centres for performances of our Shakespeare shows that were kind of too big for that little theatre in the Alberta Cycle Building. All the time, there were conversations around tables with hundreds of artists and residents over thousands of hours to create a community vision for what an art space on 118th Ave could do and what it should look like, how it could attract people to the area, which it was already doing, but how we could sustain that and how we could serve people in the community. Eventually, City Council decided to make this possible. They bought the old Alberta Cycle Building to turn it into an arts centre. Following a well-proven model, take a disused space, get artists to animate it, improve it, and animate it further. We were disappointed when we found it needed demolition, but we were encouraged by the opportunity to create something purpose-built that would fill more needs. After renewed visioning and planning, led again by Arts on the Ave, and a period where Arts Hab was a partner, the city sold the land to ECDC for the explicit purpose of creating the Arts Common 118 as a community locus that would attract artistic and other cultural activity, affirming the revitalization led by the arts on 118th Ave, developing that space as an arts destination. That fit within ECDC's mandate at the time. I'm given to understand that they may have dropped the mention of the arts from their mandate. I only heard of this motion last night, and I've been on the Ave since 2006. ECDC gave no notice of this request to us or to the ones who came up with Arts Common 118. I will be asking the resident Tibetan monk on the Ave Kushok how I may see this in a positive light. I believe City Council should indeed buy back the land at 118th Ave and 92nd Street earmarked for the arts and sell it for $1 to an entity whose mandate it is to promote the development of arts activity for the benefit of Alberta Avenue. They are in it for the long haul. They came up with and consistently pushed for the project as a principal locus. They brought the Minister of Culture to the Carrot to meet stakeholders for Arts Common 118, the Deputy PM to the Carrot. They got developers interested who say that it is feasible. They maintained the vision of a proper theatre and got the Sarah McLaughlin School of Music seriously interested as an anchor tenant. I think I might be out of time.
Yes. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Aidan McBride.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and fellow councillors. Thank you for having us today. My name is Aidan McBride, and I've been serving as the producer of the Thousand Faces Festival for the past 4 years. As you may know, the Thousand Faces Festival has been operating our annual festival here on Alberta Avenue since 2012. Our festival is mandated to celebrate myths and stories of the roots of our cultures that exist both here on Alberta Avenue and across the greater Edmonton area, which we primarily do by showcasing the work of diverse performing artists from various disciplines. Our most recent festival this past summer brought over 500 audience members, together from our city to experience performances of classical dance, dance workshops from a variety of cultures, culturally based music, original plays from local playwrights, Hindi language theater, and other cultural treasures presented by over 50 artists from their local community. Most of these presentations have taken place at our current home here at the Alberta Avenue Community Centre, where I'm joining you from, which is directly across the street from the proposed site. While arts groups like ours in the community were waiting for the original proposed Arts Common 118 to be built, we have worked together to upgrade the Community League space here with the lighting grid and seating risers, mostly as a stopgap measure, which has allowed our festival and other organizations to offer higher production values to the artists of these diverse cultural communities, as well as other community organizations that may have not otherwise had access to the infrastructure. Well, we and others have put the space to good use and created many beautiful artistic moments for the community. Our current situation here has its own limitations. Every time we wish to present these cultural treasures at the level that they deserve to be presented, we essentially need to build the theater from scratch, which, as you can imagine, is time-consuming and expensive. Capacity is also an issue, both in terms of being limited to seating in the space for performance configuration, but also the great work that the Community League has done here. The space is in very high demand, and we are often competing with a wide array of community groups and stakeholders for the large space in order to present our work. Arts Common 118, as originally envisioned, would also create a sense of permanence of the arts on 118th Ave. This would very much be in our interest, as people across the city would see it as a destination for the arts beyond the few major festival weekends that occur here each year. It would make it possible for scores of groups representing the vast diversity in Edmonton, just like who we showcase at our festival, to present their own programming on Alberta Avenue throughout the rest of the year, and it would also allow us to present further programming beyond our festival weekend. It would also open the possibility up to have multiple rehearsals and performances going on at the same time on Alberta Avenue. Recently, we found, as we've attempted to run programming, that there's an issue with how many concurrent activities we can have going on, especially around our super busy festival weekends. In addition to the theater space, the Arts Common 118 plan for affordable housing for artists would benefit our festival by bringing in additional artists into the community who can exchange and collaborate between themselves and the festival artists that we bring in from across the city, which also hope will bring in further audience members. When artists move, audiences tend to follow. Finally, there's an issue of equity. Our quadrant of the city does not have an arts center. Developing Arts Common 118, as was originally proposed, will create an art space within walking distance of tens of thousands of citizens who deserve access to one. I should add as well, similar to the last couple of speakers, that our organization was not made aware of the proposed changes before you for consideration until yesterday evening, which concerns us on how community engagement of the changes of the development have been communicated and will continue to be communicated with stakeholders like our festival and the artists that we work with. Many of the artists who we presented at our festival have expressed their support of the original plan. We got in touch with a lot of them last night once we had heard. However, given the last minute nature and the abrupt nature of which we are learning of this, many of them were not able to take time away from their day jobs to voice their position, but would usually intend to be here. In closing, the Thousand Faces Festival Association is in support of the city continuing to prioritize the original community identified priority for the developments of an arts space, and as such, to keep the original buyback clause in agreement with the Community Development Corporation, so that organizations such as Arts on the Ave and the Business Association, who you've already heard from, and stakeholders such as ourselves here on Alberta Avenue can continue to work towards developing the Arts Common 118 project. Thank you for your consideration on this.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Julian Main, Arts Habitat Edmonton, joining remotely.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Committee. I'm Julian Main, Executive Director of Arts Habitat Edmonton. Arts Hub 118 is one of 4 properties that we manage, along with Arts Hub Ortona, the McLuhan House, and our new space on just off Jasper Avenue, Arts Hub Creative Studios. Thank you for allowing me to speak today about an issue that holds profound significance to the Alberta Avenue community and for the arts in Edmonton, the future of the Arts Common project. Nearly a decade ago, Arts Common was envisioned not simply as a structure, but as a cornerstone of transformation, a vibrant, inclusive hub that would ignite the creative spirit of Alberta Avenue. You heard from Christy that it went back to 2007. This was about more than addressing the space needs of the arts community. It was about embracing the arts as a vehicle for urban renewal, a spark for economic activity, a foundation for social cohesion. This vision was not born in isolation. It was the product of years of collaboration, as you've heard, between Arts Habitat Edmonton, local residents, arts organizations, and certainly the City of Edmonton. Together, we built a shared understanding of what Arts Common could achieve, a place where creativity would thrive, where community would gather, and where culture would inspire lasting change. City Council's 2014 commitment to this vision was clear. Through your motion on Community Services Report 646, you approved $4 million investment in Arts Common from the Great Neighborhoods Capital Program, contingent on securing additional funding. This demonstrated bold leadership and faith in the project's potential to revitalize Alberta Avenue. In 2016, the city took a new approach, transferring the responsibility for the project to the Edmonton Community Development Corporation, along with the land and the $4 million capital allocation. The goal remained the same, to bring the vision of Arts Common to life, yet today, that vision is in jeopardy. ECDC's recent updated claims that the original vision for Arts Common is no longer viable due to barriers to development. They've requested amendments to the sale agreement, effectively proposing a departure from the transformative potential of the original plan. While that's true that development project faces challenges, we must proceed with caution. Approving amendments without due scrutiny would unravel years of public engagement, planning, and investment. Not to mention the millions already spent on the preparatory work, including the demolition of the cycle building. The barriers cited by ECDC deserve a clear and thorough examination. If the timeline within the current agreement is too restrictive, let us explore adjustments that honor the original vision rather than settling for diminished ambitions. Moreover, transparency is essential. The community deserves to know how the allocated $4 million in transferred land has been managed since 2017. Alberta Avenue residents who have placed their trust in this vision are entitled to the accountability. Arts Common is not just another development. It represents a rare opportunity to demonstrate how the arts can serve as a driver for urban renewal. Across the world, arts and cultural hubs have revitalized struggling neighborhoods. This project has the potential to do the same for Arts Alberta Avenue, but only if we remain committed to the principles of inclusivity, creativity, and community engagement. Pivoting to a smaller scale alternatives without robust consultation risks undermining these ideals. It risks sending a message that the bold, transformative aspirations of Arts Common and the voices of the community that shape them can be set aside. To safeguard the potential of this project and restore confidence in its process, I respectfully urge this committee to take the following steps. Defer any amendments to the sale agreement until a full and transparent review of the identified barriers is complete, alongside with an assessment of public engagement practices to date. Request a comprehensive plan from ECDC that outlines either a clear plan to achieving the original Arts Common vision or a compelling alternative that preserves its core principles, and reaffirm your commitment to Alberta Avenue community by ensuring that any future development remains aligned with the original intent. Alberta Avenue communities waited patiently for this vision to be realized. They've lent their voices, their trust, and their hope to protect that promise to honor their neighborhood's unique character and potential. To abandon or dilute that promise now would only betray that trust. Together, we have a chance to transform not just a corner of Edmonton, but the lives of the people who call Alberta Avenue home. Seize the chance, move forward with purpose, transparency, and a shared commitment to excellence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julian. Next, we'll go to Edwin Schill.
Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Sohi. Thank you for your time and taking to listen to me and for your considerations. To get to the point, I wear many hats, as a couple of people in this room know, but I'm choosing to engage with you guys as an engaged neighbor of Alberta Avenue, as it allows me a level of flexibility and diversity in my viewpoints. What I see currently in the Arts Common development is a tremendous amount of potential. It's been hamstrung by a lot of economic and situational barriers and maybe an overzealous price tag with a very narrow caveat. as a community leader, I have corresponded with ECDC about the challenges for community-led development, and we feel that a re-examination of the Arts Common with community accountable organizations at the helm can prove to be an exciting success story to the organs of our city working together. While our communities are and always have been a friend to the arts, we found in our conversations that marrying the development strictly to the arts mandate partially contributed to the untenable and unviable project we have before us today. And I say that as someone who is working very diligently to uplift the arts in the city. I'm a bit of an outsider from the speakers here today, but I do have a deep appreciation and deep advocacy for the arts. But to go on, we also want to maintain that even if there is an expansion in that mandate, that there's a guarantee that no matter what organizational or political changes may come, that this development has the insurance and stability that it will be led by community, but opens up the possibilities of what the development can be. And instead of solely emphasizing the arts, can possibly contextualize them with the needs and demands of the communities. This allows for a resulting development that is adaptable, resilient, and flexible. And namely, it could be a vision in the end that is still very much arts focused, but it's through process of discovery and market examinations in context with the broader needs of the community. So it's neither de-emphasizing the arts or it's neither precluding the arts or emphasizing the arts, but absolutely opens up that possibility to what it can be. Much like council, our communities would like to see this parcel develop. And what I feel from this discussion is that the city and ECDC are trending towards a common goal of community-led development. That's, I think, something we can all agree on. So what I ask of this executive committee is for the opportunity for our community organizations with a clear membership structure that is accountable to the residents in the area, like our community leagues, like our BRAs, to continue to work closely with the ECDC and city administration in earnest on this project. I think that addresses a lot of the concerns about transparency and timelines that everyone is bringing forward today. That accountability and membership structure to the leads of this project, I think, is critical in making sure that everyone, even if they're not part of the arts community on the app, is still being kept up to date on whatever manifestation of this development may come. And to immediately realize a simpler but more flexible vision for the development that reflects, and to reflect that flexibility and insurance for leadership by community and any amended caveats, deadlines, funding guidelines, or agreements. I do want to say that, you know, as someone who's lived on the avenue for much of his childhood, 18 years now, so 2006, I've seen the avenue grow, and it's through addressing the diverse needs that I feel our arts finds the most appreciation in context with providing things like housing and business support. So that's all for my time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Edwin, next we'll go to Randy Ritz, Arts on the Avenue in person.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Randy Ritz. I'm Professor Emeritus from Concordia University, and my world has been in theater. I've done a lot of work in community theater, and the beauty of community theater is this, that you have a lot of people with skills, but someone has to step forward, let's say the director, and say, we're going to do a play, and all of a sudden the carpenters come out and say, I can help build the set, and the Lutheran Ladies League says, I can do the costumes, and we have singers who come out and say, I'd love to be part of the chorus because it's a musical, and of course the actors. And Arts on the Ave is like that. We in some ways are like the director. We look at the community and say there's a need here, and we create an event so that the people of the community can come out. They can carve pumpkins. They can link up with families who have just moved in or may be struggling a bit financially. Link, and we go get food for them as we're feeding 150 families. Artists who step forward during festivals, all of these things. We just create the events. And I think that's important because the arts create space for people to get involved. I joined the board 1 year after the land was purchased for $1 and the $4 million was given to Arts on the Ave. And I watched the entire process grow. I was part of the first design project on the Alberta cycle building as well. And we know that we were a small organization, and that's why we were linked with ECDC, because they had some expertise we didn't have at the time. And I have to do a sidebar here, because this is very important for me, that we were not informed of this meeting, even though ECDC, the past chair, had said, we will tell you if there's going to be any change in the land use. We were not informed. I had to find out in Taproot electronic newsletter Monday morning that this was happening. And as principal stakeholders to this project, that would have seemed fair and logical to me. I have to say one more thing. So we have a number of iterations. Why did it fail? I'm not a business person. I'm not a real estate, but I know this. My guess is that they separated the apartments on top from the actual arts building below. And when that happened, the money couldn't channel down to actually support the Carrot, the theater that we desperately need. As you heard, there's no more room in the community league. We need a space like that, like the art gallery. And I think that's why every time they came back to us, we couldn't do it. They're saying we need to pay $25 to $30 a square foot in the building for the Carrot, and it can't be done. But we've grown. AOTA is stronger now. We have a strong board. We have a unified board. We have MOUs with creative businesses, and even with Sarah McLaughlin. I'm sure if she hears her name, she's going to move here if we build a building. We have architectural designs that will work. We have partners that were willing to work with us to build, developers, and of course, volunteers, federal grant connections. All of these things are there. So my request is, do not change the present agreement. Give us a year. Let's build this building, an arts building, an anchor to revitalization. We need a home to continue revitalizing the community through the arts. And not just another strip mall with businesses. I know that businesses need space too, but we need a community that is vibrant, that is creative, an arts destination, and we proved in the past that's what will do it. So give us a year, and if I might say, I'm a little bold, I think, make us the lead on the building. We can handle it. Arts on the Ave is committed to this project with or without ECDC. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Randy. You reminded me of my younger days when I was a community, when I was leading a community theater, right? Yes. So yeah, it's so charmful to. Next, we will go to Diane Davies from Arts on the Avenue, Edmonton Society.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a director
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Diane.
Can you hear me?
Carry on, please. Yeah.
Okay. I'm a director with Arts on the Avenue. I'm a chartered professional accountant with 40 years governance experience with not-for-profits in the arts, social services, sports, and education. I joined Arts on the Avenue because as a citizen of Edmonton, I consistently saw evidence of AOTA's successes doing impactful community development through the arts in a vulnerable neighborhood that could benefit from our programming and supports. Apologies if my presentation seems ill-prepared, but as you've heard from others, Edmonton Community Development Company, our partner on the Arts Common 118 project for about 8 years, did not consult with us on this proposed amendment. So we've had less than 48 hours to understand, prepare to speak to this committee on a project that we've worked on for over 15 years. Bottom line, we feel it is critical to ensure that the development of this land continues to be focused on an arts-oriented initiative. as per the community's wishes. Arts on the Avenue has passionately worked on this project for at least 15 years. Very extensive community consultation was done. This amendment ignores all of that consultation. Think of the possibilities for Alberta Avenue if we can realize the dream of creating another Edmonton Arts Hub in this culturally diverse neighborhood. A central hub for music, theater, the visual arts, and community gathering. Arts on the Avenue was fortunate to have this piece of land, but we're not a developer. I'm not clear, as a board member with only 4 years history on this project, if we've picked the wrong partners, either they don't share the community's vision or whether they don't have the experience or capability to deliver on this project. However, as many of you folks on council and in administration are fully aware, that when Christy Morin and the Arts on the Avenue team identify a project that will benefit the Alberta Avenue residents and businesses, Arts on the Avenue can deliver. So with the right partner, we can deliver on an arts-oriented outcome for this land. Arts on the Avenue originally sourced this land and the $4 million in funding to support a visionary arts-driven outcome for the community. We're not aware that there's any broad community support to change the development purposes for this land. I would suggest that Arts on the Avenue is the organization best positioned to view the alternatives to Arts Common 118 and not Edmonton Community Development Company. We've had skin in this development project for 15 years. We struggled to find partners with the capacity or the ability to help us bring the community's vision to a reality. We're open to new partners if ECDC does not share the community's vision, but we want to not let go of the community's vision for an arts-driven outcome on this land. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So what we're going to do is take a break here for 15 minutes, and then we'll be back at 3:45 and carry on with the hearing from the speakers. Thank you. A minute. Okay. Got it. Okay. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and the members of councilors. My name is Marianne Roa, and I am the operation manager at Arts on the Ave and also a Red Seal chef. And I've been with Arts on the Ave for about 8 years, going to 9 now. I would probably say in those 9 years that I've been with Arts on the Ave, I have seen an exponential growth of our team. The Arts Common 118 has always been our dream, to be able to move there and build our dream team, having all of the managers, supervisors, our gallery coordinator, artisan coordinator, all of those. That's going to make this building a successful building. Christy, myself, and my team has been tirelessly working, making 118th a vibrant place for artists, community to be together. And for us, this is also a sustainable piece for our team to be able to do the work that we do, to equip us with more resources to be able to bring more vibrancy on 118th. And this news has come into a very abrupt and very heartbreaking to know that arts will be removed on this topic. In 8 years that I've been with Arts on the Ave, I've seen 2 iterations of this project, and I've been heavily involved in planning, including having Nate being involved to be able to bring a kitchen, a chef in residence, to be able to teach community, to be able to make their own meals from $10 worth of groceries. So we have all these dreams and plans that we wanted to put in place, but obviously this is just dreams and not reality, because it's not happening anytime soon. And it has been a challenge, especially for us having a small space, to do all the things that we are able to do. Our team is composed of all professionals, has different background, including myself being a Red Seal chef. I have all this skill set that I'll be able to contribute to the community, but I am set back with what we have because we don't have those resources. And obviously I get to work to what we have, and we just go for it. And I wanted to also talk about how important Arts Common 118th, not just for the artists, but also the community is going to be involved in this building. So the 40,000 to 60,000 people who comes to the festival every year, both ways, the DeFreeze and Kaleido, we've seen kids, families, even people from the street that's enjoying the festival, right? Like you see all these people walk in different backgrounds, diversity, and even, low income, high income, they all come together because of there's no barriers. And this is the joy of what we do. Like, we don't do it because we make lots of money, but we do it because we want to do it for our community. So this project is very crucial to expansion and to also be able to do what we do for the next 30 years. And with Arts and Lab being here for 19 years, it only shows commitment, that we're here to stay, we're here to do the work, and we're here to do what other people are so afraid to do. So before I close, I wanted to invite Mayor Sohi and the committee, I'm getting choked up, to take a moment to reflect. Not just on the logistic or goals of this change, but on the deeper impact it could have on the lives of those involved. So change, especially in arts community focused space like this, it's never just about the projects that we do, the events, the festival that we do in the city, but it's the stories, the people that we see every day.
we're on the ground doing all the dirty work. And we see this, we talk to these people one-on-one. And so let's not forget why we're here in the first place. We're here for the people of the city of Edmonton, and that includes the artists, the community, and everyone's involved. So thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really, really appreciate your insight. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next, we will go to William Vander Velde, Arts on the Avenue, in person.
Thank you very much, and thanks for allowing me to be here. And thanks for all you do and strive to do to make this city a better place. I'm a board member for Arts on the Ave, but more so, I'm a huge lover of AOTA, just because all I've seen and witnessed it do for the community. It's hugely enriched my life and blessed my life. I've also talked to many long-term residents of the neighborhood and local other neighborhoods who have said how much positivity and change AOTA has brought to the neighborhood and how thankful they are. I've been thankful to see how much AOTA has blessed the teenagers of my work at the Glen Rose Hospital who suffer from severe mental health concerns. Thankfully, we're close by, so the CARET has been a regular part of our activities. Just this past Thursday, 14 teenagers and 7 staff came to the CARET to have coffees, be part of the hip-hop night, and to practice being real teenagers in a real setting. My teenagers have been in volunteering in different nights at the CARET. My favorite story would be of a teenager named Claire. She was an incredibly wonderful young teenager, but I witnessed how her mental health literally drove her crazy and how she really had no hope for change. One day she ran away from the hospital, and her first stop was a store to buy razor blades. Her next stop was going to be a public bathroom somewhere where she can go and slit her wrist and die. Something interrupted that process, and instead she thought about the CARET and walked over to the CARET, the safety of the CARET cafe, and she called her parents to pick her up, saying she was in dire need. Her parents and her psychiatrist are utterly grateful for the work of AOTA and how it's blessed Claire. Claire later went on to become a barista, a volunteer barista for the CARET, and I would say that's a highlight of my career. My main point in being here is to stress that the Arts Hub land and building have a humanitarian and arts and community focus rather than a commercial focus. I've often said I have 2 mentors in life. One is Mother Teresa, and the other one is Christy Morin, which is kind of crazy that Christy's and really those are my 2 that come to mind right away. And I'll tell you why. First of all, I'm very fortunate to have many mentors in my life, including people who work for the city, Greg Brandenburg, Howard, Lawrence. And they're mentors for me on how to love my neighbor, how to love my neighborhood. I'm so thankful for that. But I always say that Christy and Darcy are my gold medal mentors in how to love one's neighbor and neighborhood. And I'll tell a story about Christy and Darcy. It's probably one of my favorite stories to tell. And I think it's one of Edmonton's best stories. But as we all know, Christy and Darcy moved into that neighborhood long ago, and with the intention of making a profit from their home and moving to a nicer neighborhood. But they kind of fell in love with the neighborhood, with their beautiful hearts. But they had a lot of opposition, including at one point, their neighbors were, the rental house next door was filled with gang members. And one day, one of the gang members went to Christy's husband, Darcy, and said, "If you call the police on us one more time, you will not recognize the faces of your children, because we will throw our pit bulls over your fence when they're playing outside. We also know what time your wife comes home from work." Naturally, Christy and Darcy had important meeting to decide, should we move to a safer neighborhood? Our children are literally 3 and 5 or such. And Christy made the most beautiful statement. She said, we can move or we can stay and we can make a difference. And they chose to stay and make a difference. And we all know how much Arts on the Ave has benefited the community. I think that Arts Hub building will just further our ability to make a difference in the neighborhood. It will be a beacon of hope and light to the neighborhood, one of the darkest neighborhoods in Edmonton, to people like Claire who struggle with mental health or other concerns, and for all of Edmonton. I look forward to seeing that become an arts hub, and we are all blessed by it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we go to Ryan Andrews, Landrix Developer, joining remotely.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good.
Sorry, as I'll echo a few of the other speakers in that I was sort of informed of this at the last moment. So please forgive me. I'm standing in a hallway. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Andrews, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Arts on the Ave at the request of my friend Christy Morin. A brief background of my involvement with Arts Commons. I was originally introduced to Christy by our mutual friend, Sarah McLaughlin. My interest initially was to help Sarah build a permanent music school on the location, similar to their school in Vancouver. It was at this time the idea of Arts Commons was introduced to me, and the vision of bringing a building that could house the various community organizations. Some of you may be aware that we've since found Sarah accommodations at McEwen, and their program is serving hundreds of Edmonton youth learn music and life skills. Mayor Sohi, I think the last time we met was at that opening there. So I'll let you all qualify the work that they do. I think it's tremendous, and they're still hopeful to have a home in at this location. In 2022, ECDC, AOTA, and myself entered into a development management agreement to explore the feasibility and, if possible, develop the project. From the beginning, there were several critical issues throughout my time that I believe prevented the project from viability, the foremost of which was overscoped design. Too much commercial space without clear users, too much underground parking. Another issue was just making the CMHC approved rents in this area viable with the current construction costs and escalating interest rates. During my period there, interest rates, there were 6 raised. So it was difficult to quantify the financials of a low-income affordable rental project while you're experiencing increasing interest rates at a rate that we have not seen or could foresee. So we engaged reputable architects and contractors to design and price the project, but we're not truly able to get a vision that was financially stable. To put it another way, we were looking at a $400 a foot plus hard cost budget, and with the design we had back in early 2023. Currently, Landrix is building 2 projects in the Edmonton area at a hard budget of $175 to $275, depending on material. Realistically, if properly scoped, a light wood frame apartment building in Edmonton could be built for around $300 a foot all in. In Squamish, BC, where I'm building 450 apartments currently, wood frame costs are hard costs mid 400s, so considerably higher in BC. The vision for Arts Commons is viable under a specific set of criteria. It has to be built economically, wood frame, correct mix, 35% studio, 45% 1-bedroom, 20% 2-bedroom. You could do 50 underground stalls max, cannot do 1-to-1. And you could do 5,000 feet of commercial space at $0 rent. Sorry, Council, I'm just gonna try to do this very on the fly. 5,000 feet of commercial space at $0 rent, only operating expenses. AOTA SOM could manage the space. In my time working with Sarah and Christy, I've been inspired. I've spent the last decade stumbling over my own personal learning, governmental regulations, and things like general finance. In that time, I've won the Volunteer of Canada Business Leader, built a few units, and advocated for pragmatic public policy that creates a permanent return on investment and actually boosts people up. That's why I love their organizations and why I'm here today on their behalf. In closing, I'll be providing you with a pro forma that I made this morning for a 100-unit, fully affordable rental building with 5,000 feet of community commercial space, fully funded by the apartment income based on today's construction costs, rents, interest rates. As there is an ever-changing picture in real estate economics, I do not support the amendment change that removes AOTA SOM as a stakeholder partner until you understand the viability of a permanent community art space and our affordable housing needs at this time. I apologize for the colloquial nature of this last-minute thing and the fact that I am in the hallway. And that is all I have to say. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you. No clapping, no cheering, please. I otherwise would have to read the code of conduct once again. Yeah, please. Yeah. Next we go to MJ Belcourt Moses.
Yes, hi.
Please go ahead.
I'm remote as well. So just wanted to introduce myself. Danse, MJ Belcourt Moses ni Fikusen, Mantu Sagayagan, Ego Michelle Band Otsinia. I'm a Belcourt from Laxinan and the Michelle Band, and it is my home. Unfortunately, because I was forced out of my home because of the house that I was in was scheduled for demolition because it was on the riverbank. And so it was something that I really didn't want to have to move out of because of the housing situation. and for an artist, and you may recognize my art at the top of the stairs there at City Hall. But it is about affordable housing and a place to work as an artist. That is really something that's important for me. I would have stayed. I had to unfortunately move out of the city to look after my mom, but I probably would have stayed if I had affordable housing in the city as an artist, because we're always trying to juggle many things to make ends meet because of our love for the arts. And I've worked with Christy for, I think, 15 years doing the Indigenous component for Deep Freeze and Kaleido Festival. If there was an arts hub where I could work, as in my practice, and then also have a place to live, like in affordable housing, this would combine with my work at the festivals and be able to help out in a better way, and probably just an easier way, and then just being there closer to community would be also helpful. So it just, in that perspective, as an artist, I was, still really hoping that we can make this work so that there is a place for artists to come to, and especially as an Indigenous artist, I think that it's really important that we do have space and we make and create space for our ways as an Indigenous, and in our Indigenous world as Indigenous artists. So that's basically all I wanted to say, is that I think it's really, really highly important that we focus on that, that the Arts Hub continue with Arts on the Ave being a major part of that, because I think it's so very important. So thank you so much for the moment that I had and the time. So thank you, hi, and I'll pass it on from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Shrila Chakrabarti.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Worship Mayor Amarjeet Sohi, distinguished members of the Executive City Council, and respected city leaders. I appeal to you today as the outreach coordinator for the Thousand Faces Festival Association, and also a supporter of this lesser-known quadrant of the city. My name is Shrila Chakrabarti. I am also a filmmaker that has cast our city as a character in my hit movie. Arts Common 118, as I gathered, was 2 4-story buildings facing each other on 92nd Street, south of 118th Avenue. It was considered a gem in its design to include 78 living and work studios for artists, a 200-seat black box theater, gallery, exhibition spaces, a rooftop urban farm on one building, and a community garden on the other, 2,000 square foot industrial kitchen, a school of music, and office space for nonprofits. The plaza would host farmers markets, night markets, a roof studded with solar panels to help create net zero operation. This, to me, was more than a development. It's a direct response to the mayor's task force to end poverty. I, like others, also lack notice about this project, which reduces my ability to fully understand the nuanced history. Yet, I speak with urgency about the critical need for spaces that support our heritage performers. Artists like Malavika Venkatsubaya, Leo Gonzalez, and Jaja Yang, whose underrepresented work embodies the rich cultural tapestry of our city. These performers represent more than individual artistry. They are living storytellers who bridge communities, preserve cultural memories, and create profound connections through their performances. The Arts on the Avenue Society brings forward a vision of cultural development that extends far beyond a simple performance space. So right now, we have a growing number of talented local artists and entrepreneurs who are searching for venues, struggling to find spaces that not only accommodate their work, but also provide a sustainable path with financial equity and capacity. A dedicated community theater venue is not just a building, it's an economic engine for the arts. It will create jobs, generate revenue, and provide a launching pad for local performers to showcase their work. Imagine local groups develop and design their work in this space that serves as a destination neighborhood. Then they take those works to events across Edmonton, amplifying our community's artistic voice. We're not just asking for a space, we're investing in our community's cultural future. A theater on Alberta Avenue means opportunity, creativity, and economic vitality. It means giving local artists a platform to tell their stories, to grow, and to contribute to Edmonton's rich cultural landscape. 118th Avenue presents a unique opportunity for the diversity and history of our city. I think it's important that we should commit to the original vision with Arts on the Avenue Society as its leader and hold the project to task. Thank you.
Thank you. So that is it for the speakers, but I will just check again once if Jesus Gonzalez is joining us. If not, we will open for questions to members of the public from committee and council colleagues. Councillor Tang, you want to go ahead, please?
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all very much for staying to the end of the day, all day, for your opportunity to speak. I guess maybe I'll start with Brooks. I'm curious what's going on, like what you're thinking right now, hearing a lot of the comments. Might not be easy. You came on in the role knowing some of the relationship and trust has been, gone awry. Guess I'm curious what you're thinking right now.
Yeah, I mean, as a new and interim executive director, I have the luxury of hindsight and being able to look through 7 years of documents and, designs and a lot of obvious passion behind this project. And, the burden of a lack of context. So what I see is on paper a number of attempts at this at various scales and still an empty plot of land. Mm-hmm. So I hear the passion and I hear the desire and I hear the need from the arts community, but, and again, I'm 6 months into this, yep. But being able to look at it and say, okay, well, certainly this passion's been there all the way along, even prior to ECDC in 2007, and yet we still have an empty plot of land. Right. And so our intention with this, amendment to the postponement clause was to try to get some momentum on this land. And it was never an intention to, exclude the arts community or anything like that, but it was an intention of trying to get something moving. And we, had talked with our colleagues in the community here about what is possible on that land, given, again, all the paperwork that I had seen and all the designs and stuff like that, which, didn't seem to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Why that happened, I don't know. But, like I said, the luxury of hindsight and the burden of a lack of context.
Yeah.
So that's what's going through my mind right now. And I mean, I'm certainly respectful of all the passion in the community here from Arts on the Ave and the other arts communities there. And so, yeah, hearing that loud and clear,
Yeah.
but still looking at an empty piece of land with a fence around it.
And so, obviously you will want some of these things to be amended in order to you see it as a viable pathway forward. In the report, it's a receipt for information would be status quo, which would not generate any kind of viable pathway forward. I'm also hearing what was also offered is that, if none of that kind of come to fruition, we'll give the land back. And if the land is given back, which we'll ask administration, what are some of the options there? I'm hearing from the rest of the speakers that you have clearly identified another leader to lead this. So maybe, I guess, question to Christy, I hear from one of your board members to say you don't have development experience. And I heard you say that, when ECDC came on, they were in the startup phase. Wouldn't you be also in a similar startup phase?
To answer that really quickly, we have experts at the table. So we created a development committee because, yes, Diane is not a developer, but we have folks like Ryan that we've actually created a development committee and had shared that with the ECDC many years ago about how to build this project. So we would hire a team that would then, of course, do the work.
And that really was the purpose for the development company as well, that had a board with experts in development.
The board of ECDC, I was on that board, so I can share that. I don't think that there was, that everyone there was a group of developers.
Okay, so that was your observation.
Yes.
And then when you say expert, are you also talking about someone like Mr. Andrews?
Ryan, yes,
Oh, Ryan.
with
And,
Landrex, yeah.
I don't know if Ryan, you're still on the call. I think. Are you
Yes.
Oh, you are, great. Towards the end there, you said you overnight developed this pro forma. As soon as you got this news, you developed this pro forma, given the current day conditions for affordable housing and the art space, correct? But
Yes.
you haven't shared that with anybody beyond the Arts on the Ave group.
So the viability of the project was always sort of like, based on interest rates, construction costs, rent rates. The last few years, rent rates have increased significantly. Lately, interest rates have trended downward. And of course, construction costs are widely known to have increased. So I wanted to rerun the numbers on a general basis. And I said, look, if we took 100 units, we did this mix, we used the CMHC approved rents for this area of Edmonton, which are available online. We use the current interest rates, and we use the current budget from the projects that I'm building. Run me a pro forma, and we did that in about 20 minutes. So that's what you have. If you have it, I sent it in. I'm not sure that you have it.
I don't think we do, but we can locate that. And I'm also out of time. I'm also out of time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Salvador, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the speakers being with us this afternoon and sticking around for a long day. So I'll just start with some questions I'll go to Brooks first. Thank you so much. And I just want to maybe pose a bit of a scenario to see what your thoughts are. What I've really been hearing from speakers, it just sounds like there's need for further conversation hearing a strong desire to see a project and see something on this site that benefits the community, some form of housing, various community uses, and in some ways tied to the arts. You know, the original Arts Common project, in its exact sort of prescriptive form, might not necessarily be viable, but some iteration that still captures the spirit and intent. I'm hearing that desire. So how would you respond to being asked to go back and have some of those conversations with community and the stakeholders that are in the room today and others that aren't? Is that viable on your end?
Well, I'd have to talk to unfortunately, my board member had to leave, so I'd have to talk to my board about what their interest in that would be. The other thing I'm hearing is, and I think this has been, over a long period of time, a real erosion in trust. So I don't know that my colleagues here from Arts on the Ave would want that necessarily, but I mean, that would be, I guess, a question to them. So yeah, I'm not sure the desire for further consultation on the project after 7 years, but that would be something I could bring back to my board to discuss.
Okay, well, I appreciate your answer to that one. And it's unfortunate that Speaker Scott had to leave, so I'm going to pose this one to you in
I'll try.
his absence. And this, ECDC predates my time on council, of course. And I'll just say, I think ECDC has also been placed in a bit of an unfair position, and the expectations that have been placed on you to deliver this scale of a project might not be necessarily realistic. And I know Speaker Scott had mentioned the potential of returning that land. I would love your thoughts on that, recognizing he's not here to speak exactly to that. Maybe you've had some conversations about that you can share?
Well, I mean, I'll just echo his statement that that's on the table. And so a discussion of what that would look like would obviously come from ECDC and go to administration and council to figure out what that might look like going forward. But beyond that, I'm not, really at liberty to speak about the specifics of that. But obviously that is a request or put on the table here by my board member, Laurie Scott.
Okay, when you say request, I guess have some of those conversations been had on the administrative side?
Not yet, no.
Not yet, okay.
No, the amendment of the postponement clause was our kind of way forward to figure out if we could work with community members to do something on that land. So this was really our first step. Yeah, so the attempt here was to try to figure out if we could broaden that scope, work with a variety of community members, and see if there's a viable project here that considers all the varying dynamics there, right? Like of things like affordable housing, of things like commercial and residential use, those types of things. So that was our first, obviously we're here today to take a first crack at it and see what happens.
Right. Okay, that's helpful, thank you. I just have a logistical question as well. So looking at the site, my understanding is that there are several parcels. A few have been sold already.
There was two parcels across. I'm trying to get in my head. Is it 91st or 92nd Street? But there's two parcels there. One has been sold. Yes.
Okay, and so that parcel was part of the original Arts Common vision?
It was built into some of the designs. I'm not sure how many of the designs that piece was actually built into. The hunch I have is that as it grew in scale, that piece was brought into that, but I'm not exactly sure at what iteration of the project over its time that piece was involved or not.
Okay. So if the amendments as proposed, I'm going to run out of time. If the amendments as proposed are moved forward, is the intention to go back and to work towards developing a project, or is the intention around land sales, just given?
No, the intention would be to go and do meaningful community consultation again, right? It's difficult for, given the 7 years of work that's been done on this and countless hours spent on community consultation, going back with the same scenario, what else is there to say, really, right?
Okay, I'll come back.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. This is a very important conversation that that we need to figure this out. You mean as all of us together in this. I want to start with Christy, and I'll first want to acknowledge the hard work that you have done and your team and everyone else on the Avenue. The Arts Common project has been it's been around since 2007 that I remember, and it's a very, I think, was visionary, right? And I wish we had gone ahead with it and been seen in fully developed, but here we are, right? And you and I have gone back and forth on this during my time on council, during my time as minister, and this. So this project, as I mentioned earlier on, it is not viable. Is it still viable?
It most certainly is viable, thanks. Yeah. And thank you for the encouragement, Mayor. Yeah. It most certainly is viable, like Ryan had said. The considerations are going to be size, how many units, what kind of units, right? And being able to manage within the scope. So
you would have to kind of reimagine.
That's right.
The earlier vision, because the earlier vision was quite dependent on federal and provincial funding, and you worked hard. I know that your team worked hard, working with the province and the federal government, trying to secure that funding, but that didn't happen, and I don't think there's any likelihood of happening. Is there?
Well, I mean, we haven't knocked on those doors for 2 years because, like Brooke said, there was a complete stop, right? That we were no longer partners, and honestly, it was a very difficult time to hear all that news and how are we going to move forward. And so we weren't going to go ahead and start planning it on our own because, there was commitments to ECDC, and we respect that. But what we would like to see on that land and what we would like to see built most certainly would be in the spirit of an arts facility that's a game changer project leading through the arts.
Yeah, I think we still need to kind of continue to imagine building something special on that piece of land, right? And that meets the needs of the community, and there's a need for space for artists and performing and all that, right? So maybe to Brooks, I know Brooks, you've been new to this position and your board is a volunteer board, right? And I appreciate their work and their time, and I know it can be tiring because you see nothing happening, right? So, and what possibility you see in kind of reimagining this site and still have that arts and culture, theater, community component to it?
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I think that is a question to go back to my board with and to say, if the interest is in further community consultation in those pieces, then I'd have to go to my board. And again, the question that I have is, again, back to the trust and the ability to build something. And after, 7 years of work on this, as you said, very dedicated work. And I mean, I've read through all the documents, I've gone through all the pieces. I know the amount of effort that was put in to try to secure funding at a provincial and a federal level, and the different iterations of which are, inherently beautiful and interesting and innovative and right. But at the end of the day, they didn't come to fruition. And so that's I guess the question that I'd have to go back to the board with on the commitment of are we able to continue going forward in the same vein, given what we've, I guess learned from and experienced over the past 7 years. So that's the question.
And we also heard from David Plendam today, right? The possibility of partnership with the Indigenous communities, and also there's other components of Indigenous reconciliation, wellness that city is working on. So there could be 100%. Reimagining of this.
And I think that was the intention. Not I think that was the intention behind the amending of the postponement clause, was to say, like, this will allow for other people and projects and ideas to come to the table. Not, and it's not a zero-sum game, right? We weren't saying this isn't gonna happen and then thus this will happen. What we were saying is, given the history of the project that we've seen, the Arts Common project, and again, the lack of momentum on that project, what can we do within our power and working with administration to crack that open a bit, right? And try to figure out a way forward. And again, it's ECDC's mandate and ECDC's desire and vision to work with community members. Like, I have no interest in working or building, and I can speak for the organization on this, without direction from community members on that. So that was really, you know, our intention with the postponement clause, was to figure out if we could, you know, crack something open, to my, that probably poor analogy, and actually see if there's another way forward here. And again, not a zero-sum game between arts and no arts, but actually saying, like, arts plus what, and who else can come to the table.
Thanks. Yeah. Councillor Carmel?
Thank you. So I'm going to confess to some consternation. And I have a variety of questions, I guess. So across the street is the Avenue Theatre. So there's a theatre building there. Why not it? Sure. Well, and whoever you want to delegate to, Christy, but I'll start with you.
So the Avenue Theatre has a story as well. We had used actually the theatre way back when. We know the owner, he has decided to bolt it down and is now ready to be bulldozed. So that was unfortunate. We tried to rally and have him keep it as a theater. He at one point dug it completely out and made it a skate park. So it's called the Blood Bowl. If you want to go skateboarding, it's 16 feet down in a beautiful wooden bowl. We did theater in the bowl because we're like, hey, this is the Avenue Theater. From there, he made it into a grunge venue. And so there was, you know, a lot of young people going to some grunge shows. And then when he didn't see the viability there, he closed the doors and bolted it down. And that's the end of that.
So, okay, fair enough. My kid performed there not very long ago, but my memory on time is not great. So who operates, if this was built, if the building's built in the way it's been envisioned, who operates it? Who operates the theater part of it?
Right. So Arts on the Ave was going to partner and operate the theater with Theatre Prospero. So we are going to keep it as a $365-day venue, and that it would be not only used for theater, that'd be used for community. So if you look at the Alberta Ave Community League across the street, like Mark had said, that venue we have, like it's overflowing. So there's no more time and space in there.
Is there a business plan that shows that this is sustainable? Because I'm looking at the Roxy Theater not very far away. I'm looking at Rapid Fire that's across the river.
This would be more flex space. So this would be more of a flex space theater. So think of it as a black box. Don't think of it as road theater seating, because that's a lot of money.
But it doesn't take any taxpayer dollars to operate?
I don't know. At this point, we'd have to do a dig and do some looking into it, Tim.
Where's the Arts Council on this?
The Edmonton Arts Council has been part of this throughout the time, but with ECDC, the Arts Council wasn't at the table.
Okay. Maybe to Mr. Andrews, I'm not, if he's still here. Yeah. So I thought I heard you say, Mr. Andrews, that that the revenue from the residential part of the building pays. What would you need in order to complete an operating pro forma? You don't need. Am I right? You don't need taxpayer dollars in your review of this?
We've applied the $4 million and the land against CMHC pro forma, and it shows that we could fully fund 5,000 feet for nothing, or allocate that on a different level of subsidization across a larger space. But we need to build 100 units.
So you need
on
to
top of it.
If there's 100 units, then you don't need anything from anybody else to operate.
No, we're not asking. We specifically went over property tax because that's the obvious one to come and talk to the municipality about. But no, we wouldn't actually require a property tax abatement or any ongoing capital. If anything, I think that the 4 million and the land value builds a 100-unit building at about a $22 million cost. 75,000 feet, just if you care to write these numbers down,
so
review them or whatever.
Maybe I'll interrupt you just there. So, like we're hearing from others that we're waiting for something to happen, or it can't. Like I'm paraphrasing perhaps, but it can't be done. How would you do this if if $4 million is sitting in a bank account that you have access to somewhere and the land is yours for $1? What more do you need to get going?
You need to design. And so one of the big issues in the previous iterations, when I say overscoped, when I spoke earlier, I said overscoped, was, a bit of a Christmas, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but, not understanding that costs add up to be an amount that exceed what your effective gross revenue can cover. So if I did this because of the...
Oh, no.
Well, maybe we'll reconnect back, right? So, okay. Councillor Stevenson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate all the presentations and input today. Maybe you just want to start with Brooks. I'm feeling a bit of a chicken and egg challenge. So I appreciate the amendments are intended to, create the space and opportunity to reimagine the redevelopment of this property. I'm hearing from you, a strong commitment to work with community to, incorporate arts as possible. I think where I'm struggling is that we are, as a city, removing the levers we have to ensure, a community-focused project before we know what that vision is. So could you help me understand, just what are the opportunities to do some of that visioning work first prior to some of these agreement changes?
Well, I think for us, the difficulty there is that if I'm coming with the exact scenario as it stands today, what am I offering to the business community in that area, to other arts communities, to the community league, to other people, right? Like I'm offering a chance for them to talk to me about what their vision might be for that land, but beyond that, I can't say anything because I would say, okay, well, we will come back and we will have this conversation again, and it might go in our favor, it might not go in our favor. So,
but I don't know that it is the same conversation if there is a tangible and specific proposal that we're discussing, right? Like that's the missing piece for me.
Yeah. I guess, you're right. There is a chicken and the egg component here. And I guess what we're, in the conversations with community stakeholders, I think it's difficult if behind this is the, specific arts common project on there. I don't know that there's confidence to have a conversation about what else could be possible on that land.
Yeah.
And I do think, again, and I'll have to defer to my board on this, but I do think there is a sense that we've put in a lot of time and energy on this piece around community consultation. And I don't know that there's a huge willingness without a change to do that again.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And I think that's a really important point. And so maybe just to Speaker Morin, I appreciate that concern. I appreciate the concern that, there might not be an openness to exploring different possibilities. So I think I heard you say that you're open to sort of a reimagined project. Could you just talk me through that a bit more?
Absolutely. Hello, Councillor. Yeah, absolutely. We are very open to leading that discussion and hiring a consultant to come and lead that discussion with community. We have definitely had the Indigenous component. We had the Whiskey Jack Art House. We had MJ Belcourt Moses. We had many different people at the table over the past years. So continuing to, and the BIA was in full support as well. We've had them at the table. There was a seat on the stakeholders committee that we had when we were working together. So being able to bring that back together is something that's most certainly doable. And yes,
Well, and-
we could
and-
reimagine it for sure with, as long as, like I said, our commitment of our board is keeping the arts as the lever of that driver of change.
And I guess maybe that's just where it gets, down to a question of percentage of square footage, right? And so
Correct.
I guess maybe, so I heard you say that you could lead on that work.
Yes.
What about, like, what's the role with ECDC then?
I'm not sure. They sound like they're going back to their board for some discussions from what I just heard from Brooks.
But I mean, what if they led that process, recognizing that, again, they also have that development feasibility perspective, that they have that to bring to the table in those conversations, and they currently own the land. I mean, that is the case right now.
Well, there's a lot of things under the hood that I'm not going to bring out today that I think is best left under the hood. And I know that our conversations with CDC have not been transparent when we've asked for transparency, just to be clear. And it's been very difficult.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm going to suggest, because we have few other items to deal with, that oh, go ahead, sorry. Councilor Salvador? Yeah.
Sorry, I wanted to just ask a few more. I wanted to pick up on what Councillor Stevenson was mentioning just around the sequencing here, and maybe just back to Brooks, because that's really what's front and center in my mind. Like, what I'm grappling with, I can understand the desire for more flexibility and wanting to have that in place so that you can have some of those broader conversations, but at the same time, I think what I'm struggling with is a desire to ensure that at least some thread of what community expects to see on that is retained. So, like, again, what would be the barrier of going back and having some of those conversations, or is that something that you will do and pose that to the board at this point?
Yeah, I'm going to pose it to my board, but I think, I think the time, energy, money spent on that will be a question as to whether or not that makes sense.
Right. Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. So this route we can take on this is that we requisite this item to, we have heard from members of the public, so thank you so much for joining us. Really, this input was very, very helpful and valuable. And we're going to requisite this item to council and carry on that conversation there. So I will
Requisition.
requisite to, okay?
Requisition.
Requisite? Okay, good. All right. Okay. Then we are moving on to, can we deal with the sale of land below market value? So, sorry, Councillor Principe, you selected this, right? I think there's some urgency to that item, or is there?
Mayor, there is a road closure bylaw that is attached to this that will be going in early December. So yes, there is some urgency in that regard.
Okay. So, Councillor Principe, you selected this?
Yeah, I selected it on behalf of a colleague. So,
go ahead, you ask questions.
okay, so no presentation or opening remarks or anything?
There
just
isn't a
questions?
presentation, no.
Okay. I will just look up the question. So I have a question just off the top here. Why is it that why is it so short, the distance between that it's coming to executive committee and when the bylaw? Is that just procedural, or it just doesn't, like, it always, too often we're seeing time-sensitive items coming forward?
Councillor Principe, the process that is explained within the report has been in place for, I want to say, 17 years. They come up very rarely in terms of our procedure. This is a situation where a developer provided the land as part of the subdivision process. The land ultimately wasn't used for its intended purpose, and we're just reversing the transaction with the areas that are surplus. Typically, these items aren't selected, and process-wise, it's been a pretty established process.
Okay, I'll read out the questions that I have here. The Heritage Valley Trail Southwest Road is located next to a new school, Father Michael McCaffrey, that recently opened. Given the current and anticipated population growth in the area with a plan for 2,000 students in the new high school, what is the neighborhood traffic flow implication for this road if this roadway is limited?
Councillor Principe, the road design doesn't change at all as a result of the transaction suggested today.
The road design does not change at all.
That's correct.
Okay. And what is the city's plan to complete this road to support traffic flow in the busy area?
So the road in this case has, as I understand in speaking with my team, has already been constructed to a portion of it. And so this is a typical situation where the developers that move forward with the application for subdivision are the ones that are responsible to construct the road. And what's happened in this scenario, which happens from time to time, is the original area neighborhood structure plan will identify a certain alignment. And then as you go through subdivision, a portion of land is dedicated for road. From time to time, there is a slight over-dedication, and when those occur, this is where we would come back with this type of report, where we would just provide back the land that was over-dedicated by the original developer. And so it's merely just correcting a slight change in land that wasn't actually required for the road that was already built.
Okay, and the city is under financial budget pressure. Why are we selling the land for $1? What policy supports this recommendation?
So this is going back to what Mr. Hodgson just said. It's a procedure that we've worked on in the past that was entered into between city administration and UDI back in the day, now Build Edmonton Metro. And so it's essentially really specific to when these situations occur where there's dedication of land for road right-of-way, and in those situations developers dedicated more land than what was required. The extra land would be provided back to that developer. And we don't have approval to just do that through delegated authority, which is why we bring that forward for council. It is something that we would recommend, as it's a reasonable step to take in these specific situations in new developments. And it's something that we've done, I believe, a couple times in the last year, and talking it over with my team over the last decade or so. It rarely comes up. I think overall it's come up about 5 times. But it's just a reasonable step to ensure that the slivers of land are provided back, and then the developer may add those into the remaining parcels of land that they still own adjacent to the roadway.
Okay, and regarding the timing, why does this land need to be sold right now?
This is, thanks for that one. It's an agreement that we've had in place where the developers already signed off on it as early as, I think, August of this year. So we were trying to move this ahead earlier, but we got caught in terms of scheduling with other committee dates, and this report got pushed back. So that's part of the reason as to why it's so tight with the road closure bylaw. Our typical process, though, is we always seek to get approval of a land sale before the actual road closure bylaw moves forward.
Okay, and what type of development is intended to occur on this parcel or portion of land that is sold?
So I did not look at the overall planning. I would assume it's most likely going to be a mix of lower density residential uses and maybe some medium densities.
And what is the actual portion of land?
That is shown on attachment 1 of the report. So you'll be able to see in red the slivers of land.
Right, I saw it, but what is the actual measurement?
The land area in total, Councillor, is 4,416 square feet. So that's across the 5 different components. And to answer the question that was referred to before, the zoning in place is residential small flex. So RSF.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Those are the only questions. So can I have another round?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I just have one quick question on this. So if I understand this, the developer would allocate land to the city for road building, road right of way at zero cost, right?
That's correct.
Right? So whenever we find that we don't need all the land, whatever surplus land we have, that developer has the right to get that back as part of the deal at a $0, right? Because they haven't paid any, like we haven't given them any monetary value for acquiring that land, right?
Mayor Sohi, those are the principles that have been in place for again, around, it's around a 17-year period that we've been undertaking this process.
Oh, I see, okay, so it's not, okay, that's why there's a $0 attached to it, because we never bought it, right? Or we never
that's
paid any
correct.
money to the developer. Okay, I just needed clarification, that wasn't clear to me. Good, Councillor Principe, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to clarify, it's principle, not policy, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and the road will not be narrowed? Is that correct? Is that
So
what I heard?
The road would have been built to the standards that would have been necessary through the planning work that was undertaken. And so I don't have the information around the traffic assessments that were completed, but it would have been designed to that level that it would need to support the traffic levels there.
Okay, so the traffic assessment would have taken that into consideration, like the anticipated population growth?
It would have taken into account essentially what is projected to be developed within this whole area. So we're not like making the road any shorter or anything like that, or changing its width. It's just essentially it's already been built out, and it's taking a sliver of land along the west and other portions to provide back to the developer, as it was slightly more than was actually required to build it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, that concludes all the questions. If not, where is the recommendation? Here we go. Okay, I'll move that the sale of surplus road right away, as outlined in attachment 1 of the November 27, 2024 Financial Corporate Services Report, FCS 02585, on the terms and conditions outlined in attachment 2 of the November 27, 2024 Financial Corporate Services Report, FCS 02585, be approved, that the agreement be in form and content acceptable to the city manager. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So that deals with 7-6. So 7-4. Capital Infrastructure Project Delivery Policy Update. Council approval required. Councillor.
Yeah, hi everyone. It's Craig here. Sorry, I'm remote. I thought we'd stay online and make sure we were ready for you when you were ready for us. We have intro remarks, but we can go straight to questions if council would prefer.
You need intro remarks? Well, there was a lot of cross questions in the last two reports. Why don't you move your motion? You have a motion, right? So, yeah. Councillor Tang, why don't you move that, and we can have questions at that time today. And then we yeah, go ahead. Move your motion.
Well, if you're going to if you requisition, the motion's lost. You just make it again anyway.
So make it to postpone it? Because we're not going to get it done.
We're not going to get it
Yeah, we're not going to get it done. So why don't we just, okay, 7-4 and 7-5. That's the only two items left, right? Or anything else?
That's correct. 7-4 does have to go to council anyway. 7-5 you could postpone.
Okay, let's, okay, go ahead, ask some questions.
I guess just one question. I think administration understand my intent with the motion to explore alternative project delivery approaches and initiate some conversations with, city building partners. If this gets postponed, I mean, you have some directions today from 7.2, 7.3. There is a motion pending around the infrastructure committee. Just from a sequencing perspective, I guess, like, it wouldn't matter if we postpone this for later, would it?
No, Councillor, I don't think so. Through our conversations earlier and even my awareness of the draft motion, we're going to be progressing elements regardless of the deferral.
Okay. So that, maybe I'll just.
So these will go to the next executive, right?
It is up to you. You can postpone 7, 4, and 5 onward, or you can send 7, 4 up to council now.
Send 7.4 to council? Okay, let's send 7.4 to council.
So requisition it?
Requisition, right? Okay,
Yeah, requisition on 7.4.
okay, we got two people requisition,
Requisition.
okay. And then 7.5 will go to next executive committee.
That would be in January, yes.
Yep.
Can you just move to postpone it?
I'll- 7.5.
That is 7, 5.
Okay, 7.5 will go to executive, I'll move that. Is that it?
That is the remainder of the agenda, yes.
Okay, responses to consular inquiries, non-private reports, non-motions pending, non-notices of motions, and motions without customary notice.
Mayor, could you just vote on that postponement?
Oh yeah, vote please. It's carried, here you go.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Here we go. Notice of motions or motions without customary notice. I see none. We are adjourned.